Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get chills thinking about that house in Westfield. It's been 5 years, but I can't shake the feeling I had every time I walked through that door. I was 16 when I started babysitting for the Millers. They seemed like a normal family. Nice cars in the driveway, well-maintained lawn, cute little boy named Ethan who was 7 at the time. The pay was good, $15 an hour, which was more than any of my friends were making at their retail jobs. But honestly, no amount of money would make me go back there now. The first time I visited, Mrs. Miller gave me a tour of their house. It was a typical suburban 2-story home, nothing special or unique about it. She showed me where everything was: the kitchen, living room, Ethan's toys, emergency contacts on the fridge, all the usual stuff. But the moment we walked upstairs, I felt wrong, like instantly. It wasn't a gradual feeling. It hit me like walking into a wall. The air felt heavier, colder. I remember getting goosebumps even though it was summer. Mrs. Miller didn't seem to notice anything, chatting away about Ethan's bedtime routine while I tried to act normal. She showed me his bedroom with dinosaur wallpaper, the bathroom where he brushed his teeth, and their bedroom where I could watch TV if Ethan fell asleep. But the entire time we were up there, I felt like someone was watching me, standing right behind me. I kept wanting to turn around, but I was afraid of what I might see. I almost made up an excuse not to take the job, but I needed the money for a car. And like I said, they were paying well, so I convinced myself it was just nerves about a new job. Big mistake. That first night was when I realized something was seriously wrong with that house. The Millers had 2 dogs, a golden retriever named Buddy and a smaller terrier mix called Pixie. Mrs. Miller mentioned that they might seem a bit anxious and to just ignore it, a bit anxious. These were the most stressed out dogs I'd ever seen. Buddy paced constantly, walking the same path through the living room over and over. His nails clicked on the hardwood in this rhythmic, unsettling way. Pixie would stare at empty corners and growl, then suddenly yelp like something had hurt her. She'd twitch and bark at nothing. "Oh, they're both on Prozac," Mr. Miller mentioned casually as they were heading out the door. "Vet says they have severe anxiety. Pills are on the counter if they seem too worked up." Dogs on Prozac. I'd never heard of such a thing. I thought it was weird, but whatever. Some dogs are just high-strung, right? The evening started out fine. I played board games with Ethan, made him mac and cheese for dinner, and watched cartoons. He was a sweet kid, talkative and bright, but as the clock ticked toward 8, his whole demeanor changed. He got quieter, kept looking at the stairs. When I mentioned it was almost bedtime, he flat out refused. "I don't want to go upstairs," he said, his voice small. "I don't like my room at night." I tried the usual stuff, promising to leave the hall light on, checking under the bed for monsters, all that. But this wasn't normal kid bedtime reluctance. Ethan was terrified. His hands were shaking. When I finally convinced him we had to go up because his parents would be upset if he wasn't in bed, he started sobbing. Not whining or fake crying. These were genuine tears of fear. He clung to my hand as we walked upstairs, and that feeling hit me again. The heaviness, the cold. It felt like walking through mud, like something was pushing against us. The dogs wouldn't follow. They stayed at the bottom of the stairs, whining. Buddy actually laid down with his head on his paws, looking up at us with these sad eyes. Ethan's grip on my hand was so tight it hurt. His palm was sweaty, and he kept looking around like he expected something to jump out. The upstairs hallway wasn't that long, maybe 15 feet with 3 doors, but it felt endless. The air was different up there, stale and thick, with this faint smell I couldn't identify. Not like garbage or anything obvious, more like old pennies. something metallic and unpleasant. "Can you stay until I fall asleep?" Ethan asked, his voice cracking. I sat on the edge of his bed while he clutched his stuffed dinosaur. The room felt freezing even though it was July, and the rest of the house was comfortable. I could see my breath sometimes, just little puffs that disappeared quickly. I told myself it was just weird air conditioning vents or something. Ethan wouldn't close his eyes. He kept staring at the closet door. "What's wrong?" I asked. "It watches me from in there," he whispered. "Kids and their imaginations, right?" I got up and opened the closet, showed him it was just clothes and toys. But even as I did it, the back of my neck prickled, like someone was breathing on it. I felt dizzy for a second, lightheaded. The closet seemed darker than it should be, the shadows too deep. It took over an hour for Ethan to fall asleep, and only because he was exhausted from crying. The moment his breathing steadied, I felt this overwhelming urge to get out of that room. Not just a casual, "okay, my job is done" feeling, but a primal, desperate need to leave. I didn't even turn off his bedside lamp. I just backed out of the room and pulled the door almost shut. The hallway seemed longer on the way back, the shadows in the corners deeper. I swear the temperature dropped even further. My skin crawled like ants were marching over it. That's when I felt it, really felt it, for the first time. Something was there with me. Not a person, not anything I could see, but a presence. A malevolent, hateful. It felt like it was circling me, sizing me up. I didn't walk down those stairs. I ran, practically fell down them in my hurry. The dogs perked up when I reached the bottom, like they were relieved I'd made it. I was shaking so bad I had to sit down on the couch. The downstairs felt normal again, just a regular house. But I couldn't stop looking up at the top of the stairs, half expecting to see someone, or something, looking back at me. I told myself I was being stupid, that my imagination was getting the best of me. I turned on the TV loud, tried to distract myself, but every few minutes I'd hear a creak from upstairs like footsteps. The dogs heard it too. Pixie would growl, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, following something I couldn't see. Around 10, I heard Ethan cry out. I didn't want to go back up there, but I couldn't leave him alone. I forced myself to climb those stairs again, feeling that same resistance, that same cold. The hallway light was flickering now, though it had been fine earlier. Ethan was sitting up in bed, tears streaming down his face. "It was in here," he sobbed. "It was standing by the bed." I checked the room, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Nothing was there, of course, but the room was freezing now, so cold it hurt to breathe, and that smell was stronger, metallic with something rotten underneath. "It's okay," I lied. "There's nothing here. You just had a bad dream." "It wasn't a dream," he insisted. "It comes every night. Mom and Dad don't believe me." I sat with him again until he fell asleep, fighting my own terror the whole time. Something kept touching the back of my neck, the lightest brush like fingertips. Every time I turned around, nothing was there, but I knew we weren't alone in that room. When Ethan finally drifted off again, I practically sprinted downstairs. I spent the rest of the night on the couch with both dogs pressed against me, all three of us staring at the staircase. The dogs wouldn't stop trembling. I kept the TV on, the lights on, and texted my friend Jess the whole time, just to feel connected to the normal world. The Millers came home around midnight, thanked me, and asked if everything went okay. What was I supposed to say? "Your house is haunted by something evil. Your son is terrified because something is living in his room." They'd think I was crazy or trying to scare their kid. So I just smiled and said everything was fine, except Ethan had a little trouble falling asleep. "Oh, he always does," Mrs. Miller said with a sigh. "We're thinking of taking him to a therapist. He keeps making up stories about someone in his room." I nodded and got out of there as fast as I could, but I came back. The money was too good, and in the daylight it all seemed silly. Just an old house with bad vibes and an overactive imagination. I babysat for them at least twice a month for almost a year. It never got better. That presence upstairs never went away. It got worse. Things would move. I'd put Ethan's toys away and find them scattered again minutes later. The bathroom door would lock by itself. Once, all the framed photos in the hallway turned backward while I was in Ethan's room. The worst night was in October. Ethan refused to go upstairs at all, screaming that it was angry tonight. I finally carried him up, both of us in tears. The moment we hit the top step, every light in the upstairs hallway blew out at once. Not flickered, exploded, glass everywhere. Ethan wet himself in terror, and I didn't blame him one bit. We slept on the couch downstairs that night, the dogs standing guard like sentinels. I never told anyone about what happened in that house. Not until years later, when my mom mentioned she'd been feeding the Miller's dogs while they were on vacation. "That house gives me the creeps," she said casually over dinner. "Especially upstairs. I feel like something's watching me the whole time." My blood went cold. I'd never told her about my experiences there, never told anyone, but she felt it too. "The dogs won't go upstairs either," she continued. "I try to get them to follow me, but they just sit at the bottom of the stairs and cry, poor things." We compared notes that night and everything matched. The cold spots, the feeling of being watched, the heaviness in the air, the smell. She even mentioned the same metallic scent I'd noticed. I don't know what was in that house. I don't want to know. All I know is that it was real, it was evil, and it wanted something. The Millers moved away a year ago. I sometimes wonder if they left because they finally realized what was happening, or if they're still oblivious, thinking their son just had an overactive imagination and their dogs were just neurotic. I still drive by the house sometimes. New family lives there now, they have kids. I think about stopping, about warning them. But what would I say? And who would believe me? All I know is I never felt evil before that house, but I recognized it instantly when I walked up those stairs. Some things aren't meant to be understood. Some presences aren't meant to be named. And some houses should be left empty. Story 2. I've been hesitant to share this for months now, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can help me make sense of what happened. Back in early March, I moved into this 3-bedroom trailer in Pineville. Nothing fancy, but it was affordable and allowed pets, which was perfect since I have 2 cats, Luna and Milo. The first couple of days were what you'd expect. Unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, the usual moving stress. At first, everything seemed normal. I'd hear random noises at night and just blame my cats. Anyone with pets knows they turn into little demons after dark, racing around like lunatics. But by the 5th night, I knew something wasn't right. I've always been a good sleeper, but suddenly I was waking up multiple times every night. I started taking melatonin, thinking it was just the stress of moving and being in a new place. It didn't help. I'd still jolt awake around 3 in the morning with this weird feeling that I wasn't alone, like someone was watching me. You know that feeling when you sense someone staring at you? It was exactly that, but no one was there. The nightmares started next. Not your average bad dreams either. These were intense, visceral nightmares where demons, actual demons with distorted faces, would grab my arms and legs and drag me back into a house I was desperately trying to escape from. I'd wake up gasping for air, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. After one particularly bad night, I woke up around 3 a.m. in complete panic. I can't even explain the feeling. It was like pure dread had been injected straight into my veins. My whole body felt heavy, and the air in my bedroom seemed thick, almost difficult to breathe. I turned on every light in the trailer and sat on the couch until sunrise, afraid to go back to my room. The following night, I was almost asleep when I clearly heard a child's voice say, "Hello," right next to my ear. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I told myself it was just one of those weird auditory hallucinations you get when you're drifting off to sleep. You know, Like when you think someone called your name but nobody did? I tried to rationalize it, but deep down, I knew better. But what happened the next night convinced me something was seriously wrong. I was up late, probably around midnight, watching some stupid reality show on TV. Luna was lounging on the coffee table in front of me when suddenly she sat bolt upright, every muscle in her body tense. Her eyes were fixed on something through the kitchen toward my bedroom. I followed her gaze but couldn't see anything. Luna? I called her name, even waved my hand in front of her face, but she wouldn't budge. She just kept staring, her eyes wide, fur slightly raised along her spine. I've never seen her look so terrified. It freaked me out so badly that I stayed up for another hour, just watching her watch whatever invisible thing had caught her attention. Eventually she relaxed and went back to grooming herself like nothing had happened. Around 1 a.m., I finally went to bed, exhausted but jumpy. I double-checked my locks, left the hallway light on, and tried to sleep. Like clockwork, I woke up at exactly 3 a.m. I know because I checked my phone immediately. That overwhelming sense of a presence was back, stronger than ever. It felt like someone was standing at the foot of my bed, watching me. The air felt electric and wrong. My throat tightened, and I couldn't move for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. I'd had enough. After calling in sick to work the next day because I was too exhausted, I drove to this spiritual crystal shop that had opened recently in town. I wasn't really into that stuff, but I was desperate. Honestly, I was expecting some New Age BS, but what happened there shook me to my core. There were 2 women working. The younger one was helping another customer, so I approached the older woman who was arranging some stones on a shelf. Before I could even explain why I was there, she turned to me with this weird expression and said, "You have a mirror issue." I just stood there, stunned. I hadn't said a word about mirrors or my problems. She continued, "When you moved, something opened up, a portal. It's in one of your mirrors." She described seeing green and purple colors moving in and out of this portal, like energy shifting between worlds. She told me she could close it spiritually if I wanted. I was skeptical but desperate, so I agreed. She did some ritual thing with sage and crystals. I don't remember all the details because I was still processing how she knew about my problem without me saying anything. After she finished, she asked if I'd ever messed with Ouija boards. That's when I got really freaked out. How could she possibly know about that? I confess that as a teenager, I was obsessed with Ouija boards. I collected them and used them regularly. My family started experiencing strange things back then. Shadow people moving through hallways, objects disappearing and reappearing in different places, even knocking sounds with no source. My parents eventually got rid of all my boards and forbade me from bringing any more into the house. The woman at the shop nodded, like this explained everything, but insisted that the boards themselves weren't causing my current problems. She said the portal in my mirror was separate, probably triggered by the energy shift of moving into a new place. She recommended I cover all mirrors in my home at night and use a smudging spray she sold me. On my way home, I called my friend Amber and practically begged her to stay over. I didn't want to be alone another night in that trailer. Bless her, she agreed without much questioning. Before Amber arrived, I covered every mirror in the trailer with sheets. I probably looked like a lunatic, but I didn't care. I sprayed the smudging stuff everywhere, probably used half the bottle. It smelled like sage and something else I couldn't identify. That night, with Amber sleeping on my couch and every mirror covered, I finally slept through the night. No nightmares, no strange sounds, no feeling of being watched. It was the first peaceful night I'd had since moving in. Amber stayed the next night too, and again, nothing happened. After she left, I was nervous the activity would start again, but it didn't. I kept the mirrors covered for a full week before slowly uncovering them one by one. It's been months now, and things have mostly been normal. Sometimes I still wake up around 3 a.m., but there's no feeling of dread anymore. Luna hasn't had any more staring episodes either. I still keep my bedroom mirror covered though, just in case. The strangest part is that one night about a month after everything calmed down, I found an old Polaroid photo while cleaning out a drawer. It was from my teenage years, showing me with one of my Ouija boards. I definitely hadn't packed it with my things when I moved. I have no idea how it got there. I burned it immediately. I still don't know exactly what happened in my trailer those nights. Was it really a portal in my mirror? Did my history with Ouija boards somehow make me more susceptible to whatever came through? The woman at the crystal shop seemed so certain, but part of me still wants a more rational explanation. All I know is that those nights in March were the most terrifying of my life. Even now I can't look into mirrors in the dark. I turn away or cover them. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still feel like something is watching me from the corner of my eye, just waiting for me to look directly at a mirror at the wrong time. Last week I woke up at exactly 3 a.m. again. As I reached for my phone to check the time, I noticed Luna sitting at the foot of my bed, staring intently at my bedroom door. I followed her gaze and saw the sheet I used to cover my mirror had fallen to the floor. The mirror was fully exposed, reflecting the darkness of my room back at me. And just for a second, so brief I've been trying to convince myself I imagined it, I saw something move in the reflection that wasn't moving in my actual room. I haven't slept well since. I'm thinking about moving again, but I'm terrified that whatever found me here might follow me to the next place, or worse, that moving again might open another portal. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I need to know I'm not going crazy. Story 3. Abrete. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now. I still don't know if what happened was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me. But I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. This happened about a month ago in my apartment near Maplewood College. I'm a junior there, studying engineering. I've always been pretty logical and never really believed in ghosts or supernatural stuff. I mean, I enjoy a good horror movie like anyone else, but I've always been the guy who explains away the strange noises when my friends get freaked out. That night started like any other. I had a huge exam coming up in thermodynamics, so I'd been studying until around 1 in the morning. My roommate was staying at his girlfriend's place, which wasn't unusual. I remember feeling relieved to have the apartment to myself so I could focus without his constant YouTube videos blaring in the background. I finally crashed around 1:30, exhausted from all the equations and formulas swimming in my head. My bedroom isn't anything special, just a twin bed pushed against the wall, a desk with my laptop, and a small bedside table with a lamp. The window faces the parking lot, and sometimes the security lights cast weird shadows on my ceiling, but I'm used to it. I fell asleep almost instantly. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up, but it felt like I'd been asleep for a while. You know that feeling when you suddenly wake up and you're instantly alert? Not groggy at all. That's what happened. My eyes just snapped open, and I was completely awake. The digital clock on my bedside table showed 3:17 in the morning. The first thing I noticed was this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone. It wasn't just a vague sensation, it was this powerful, gut-wrenching certainty that something else was in my room with me. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was lying on my side, facing the wall, and I just knew. I knew that whatever it was standing behind me in the space between my bed and the rest of the room. The air felt different, heavier somehow. The temperature seemed to drop, and I could see my breath when I exhaled, which made no sense because it was September and still pretty warm outside. I've never felt such pure, raw fear in my life. Every instinct was screaming at me to stay still, to pretend I was asleep, to not acknowledge whatever was there. But another part of me, the part that's always been stubborn and hates showing weakness, decided I needed to face it. So I rolled over, and there it was, standing not even 2 feet from my bed. It's so hard to describe what I saw because it didn't look like anything I've ever seen before. It was shaped like a person, roughly 5'8" or so, but completely black. Not like someone wearing black clothes, but like a hole in reality. It was darker than the darkness in my room. The outline wasn't smooth. It was jagged and uneven, almost like it was made of sharp rocks or broken glass. There was no texture I could make out, no clothing, no facial features at all, but somehow I could feel it looking at me. The worst part was the feeling it gave off, pure malice. Whatever this thing was, it didn't like me. It wasn't just observing, it wanted to harm me. I could feel its hatred like a physical force pressing against my skin. My mouth went completely dry. I couldn't even swallow. My hands were gripping the sheets so tightly my knuckles hurt. For what felt like an eternity, we just stayed like that, me lying in bed, this thing standing over me. The only sound was my heartbeat thundering in my ears. I think what happened next was my fight or flight response kicking in, but in the most bizarre way. Instead of screaming or trying to run, I sat up in bed. I brought my face within inches of where this thing's face should have been and said, "I'm not afraid of you. Fuck off." My voice came out steadier than I expected, considering I was terrified out of my mind. I was bluffing, of course. I was absolutely terrified. But something inside me refused to show weakness to this thing. The entity didn't move. It didn't speak. It just continued to stand there, radiating malevolence. I reached behind me, feeling for the switch on my bedside lamp, never taking my eyes off the figure. My fingers fumbled against the base of the lamp for what seemed like forever before finally finding the switch. When the light flooded the room, the figure was gone. Just gone. Not like it faded away or moved. It simply wasn't there anymore. I sat frozen, my hand still on the lamp switch, scanning every corner of my room. Nothing. Just my normal, messy college bedroom. I checked the time again, 3:22. Only 5 minutes had passed, but it felt like hours. I kept the light on for at least 30 minutes, just sitting there, trying to process what had happened. Was I dreaming? Was it sleep paralysis? But I could move. I'd sat up, I'd spoken, I'd reached for the lamp. People with sleep paralysis can't move, right? Eventually, I convinced myself I needed to try turning off the light again. If it was just a weird waking dream or something, then nothing would happen when I turned off the light. I remember my finger hovering over the switch for probably a full minute before I finally worked up the courage. Darkness again. I held my breath, eyes darting around the room. Nothing appeared, no figure, no feeling of being watched, just the normal nighttime sounds of my apartment building, the occasional car outside, the hum of the refrigerator down the hall, the creaking of the building settling. I still couldn't sleep, though. I lay there until sunrise, replaying what had happened over and over in my mind. When morning finally came, the whole thing seemed more distant, like maybe it really had been just a nightmare. Except, I remembered something as I was in the shower getting ready for class. This wasn't the first time I'd seen something like this. About 3 weeks earlier, I'd woken up in the middle of the night and thought I saw a similar dark figure standing at the foot of my bed. That time, I'd just pulled the covers over my head like a kid, and eventually fallen back asleep, convincing myself it was just shadows from the parking lot lights playing tricks on my eyes. But now I'm pretty sure it was the same thing, the same entity, the same whatever it was. I tried researching online that day between classes. Shadow people, night terrors, hallucinations, all that stuff. Some of the descriptions matched what I saw, but nothing really explained the jagged outline or the overwhelming feeling of hostility. And nothing explained why it disappeared when I confronted it, or why it hasn't come back since. That's the weird thing. It hasn't returned. It's been a month now. I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced it's back. But so far, nothing. Just normal darkness. I'm not sleeping well, though. I keep a nightlight plugged in now, which my roommate has definitely noticed but thankfully hasn't commented on. I've taken to wearing headphones to bed, playing podcasts or music to drown out any sounds that might wake me up at that hour. Sometimes I even sleep on the couch in the living room, where the space feels more open, less confined. I keep wondering if maybe I scared it off somehow, like by confronting it, I took away its power over me. Or maybe it was all in my head to begin with. Stress from school, lack of sleep, too much caffeine, my imagination running wild. But in those moments right after I woke up, when it was standing there, it felt so real. The coldness in the room, the heaviness in the air, the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. What was this thing? Why was it in my room? Why did it leave when I confronted it? And most importantly, will it come back? Sometimes I think about what might have happened if I hadn't sat up, if I'd just lain there paralyzed with fear. Would it have come closer? Would it have touched me? Or was it just trying to scare me, feeding off my fear somehow? I don't know if I'll ever have answers, but whatever it was, I hope it stays away. Because even though I told it I wasn't afraid, the truth is, I've never been more terrified in my life, and I'm still sleeping with the lights on. Ben, Story 4. I don't usually share this stuff online, but after all these years, I still can't make sense of it. I spent 33 years as a firefighter in Australia, and you see a lot of strange things in that job. Most of them have explanations, even the weird ones. But what happened at Blackwood Psychiatric Hospital? I still can't explain it. I started with the service back in 1987. Young bloke, eager to help people. The usual story. By the time this all started happening, I'd been on the job about 15 years, so I wasn't exactly green. Our station covered a pretty wide area, including this old psychiatric hospital that had been around since the 1800s. They called it Blackwood. The building itself was what you'd expect. Imposing brick structure, those tall windows, renovation upon renovation over the decades. Parts of it looked modern, parts looked ancient. They'd upgraded it with all the modern systems, including a state-of-the-art fire alarm system connected directly to our station. When something triggered, we'd get the call automatically. Around 2002, we started getting these calls from Blackwood, always for the same specific room, a computer data center in the East Wing, and always, without fail, between 2 and 3 in the morning. Never earlier, never later. The first few times, we did the full response. 4 of us, engine, the works. We'd arrive, security would meet us at the entrance. We'd go through the procedure. Check the alarm panel first. It always showed the exact same detector in that data center room. We'd walk through those long corridors with our gear, checking, and find absolutely nothing. No smoke, no heat, no fire, not even dust that might trigger a false alarm. Just rows of computer equipment humming away in a perfectly climate-controlled room. After the 5th or 6th time, we knew the drill. False alarm at Blackwood, always the same detector, always the middle of the bloody night. The guys started calling it the Blackwood Special. Management at the hospital was getting annoyed too. These call-outs weren't cheap for them. The service company that maintained their fire system came out repeatedly. They replaced the detector head. Nothing changed. They replaced the wiring, still happened. They even replaced the entire zone module in the control panel. The alarms kept coming. The service techs were scratching their heads. They tested everything, checked for electrical interference, temperature fluctuations, anything that might cause a false trigger. They found nothing. On paper, that system was functioning perfectly. After about the 15th call-out in 3 months, we were all pretty fed up. My crew and I would arrive, go through the motions, reset the system and leave. The security guard, older bloke named Tom, would always walk us through the building. He seemed as frustrated as we were, having to deal with these night disturbances. It was during one of these routine false alarms, I think in October, when things got truly strange. We'd done the usual, checked the data center, found nothing, reset the panel. As we were about to leave, Tom asked if we could sit for a minute in his security office. He looked rattled, which wasn't like him. "Something happened last week I need to tell you about," he said, his voice quiet. We sat down in his cramped little office near the main entrance. It was just a small room, with monitors showing security camera feeds, a desk with a logbook, and some basic office supplies. Tom explained that after our last visit, he'd been sitting at his desk, filling out the fire incident log. It was procedure. He had to document every alarm activation and our response. While he was writing, he noticed something moving in his peripheral vision. "I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks," he said. "It was almost 3 in the morning and I was knackered, but then I looked directly at it." He pointed to a metal paper punch sitting on his desk. That thing slid itself across the desk, not just a little wobble. It moved the entire length, about half a meter, and then fell onto the floor. By itself. No vibration, no draft, nothing I could explain. The room went quiet. I remember looking at my crew, Dave, Mitch, and Kyle, and seeing their expressions. We were all thinking the same thing. This bloke's lost it from too many night shifts. But Tom wasn't finished. He told us he'd been so disturbed by the incident that he'd started digging into the building's history. Blackwood had extensive records going back to its founding, and as security supervisor, he had access to most of them. "That data center," he said, "it wasn't always that. Up until the late 1970s, it was a patient ward, room 37. He pulled out some photocopied pages from a drawer and laid them on the desk. They were old incident reports, maintenance logs, and newspaper clippings. One article from 1973 described a fire in the east wing of Blackwood Psychiatric Hospital. A female patient had died. Her name was Eleanor Marsh, Tom said. 42 years old, been in Blackwood for almost 20 years. The fire started in her room, room 37, around 2:30 in the morning. By the time staff responded, the room was engulfed. They couldn't get her out. I remember feeling the hairs stand up on my arms. The timing matched exactly when we kept getting called out, between 2 and 3 in the morning. It gets weirder, Tom continued. Look at these maintenance logs. The logs showed that after the room was rebuilt and converted to other uses, they had electrical issues. Equipment would malfunction, lights would flicker, and eventually, in the 90s, they turned it into part of the data center because they needed the space. Every year since I've worked here, going on 12 years now, the alarms in that room go off more frequently during October and November. That's when she died, November 2nd, 1973. I remember looking at those dates and feeling cold all over. We were in late October now, approaching the anniversary of her death. Kyle, always the skeptic in our crew, spoke up. Mate, that's quite a story, but there's always an explanation for these things. Old wiring, system glitches, coincidences. Tom didn't argue. He just nodded and said, I thought the same until I saw that paper punch move by itself. We left shortly after, all of us quiet on the drive back to the station. I'd be lying if I said it didn't affect me. I found myself thinking about Eleanor Marsh, trapped in that room as the fire spread. As a firefighter, that's your worst nightmare. Someone you can't reach, can't save. The calls continued through October, and as Tom had predicted, they increased in frequency as November approached. Every time, the same pattern, the alarm from that specific detector between 2 and 3 in the morning, with no evidence of fire or smoke. On November 1st, the night before the anniversary of Eleanor's death, we got the call at 2:28 a.m. standard procedure by now. We arrived. Tom met us at the entrance. We checked the panel and headed to the data center. That night felt different. The hospital was always quiet during our visits, but this silence felt heavier somehow. Our footsteps echoed through the corridors as Tom led us to the east wing. The data center was climate-controlled, kept cooler than the rest of the building for the equipment. As we approached, I noticed the temperature dropping more than usual. When Tom unlocked the data center door, I felt a resistance, as if something was pushing back against it. He had to shove it harder than normal to get it open. Inside, everything looked the same. Rows of server racks, blinking lights, the soft hum of cooling fans. The detector that had triggered was in the center of the room, above what would have been Eleanor's bed 50 years ago. We checked it, found nothing as usual, and prepared to leave. That's when it happened. The door, which Tom had left open, slammed shut with enough force to make us all jump. Kyle, who was nearest, tried the handle. "It's locked," he said, pulling harder. Tom frowned. "That's impossible. These doors don't lock automatically." He came over with his key, but before he could use it, the lights in the data center went out. The only illumination came from our flashlights and the small LED indicators on the server racks. The room felt suddenly intensely cold. The server fans, which had been humming steadily, all seemed to speed up at once, creating a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache. One of the monitors mounted on the wall flicked on by itself, displaying nothing but static. Dave, who'd been a firefighter for 20 years and wasn't easily rattled, grabbed my arm. His face looked pale in the beam of my flashlight. "Mike, let's get the hell out of here." Tom was still struggling with the door, which wouldn't budge despite his key seemingly working in the lock. I moved to help him, and as I did, I felt something brush against my back, like fingers, lightly trailing across my uniform. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Mitch called out from near the server racks. "Guys, look at this!" We turned our flashlights toward him. On the floor where he was pointing, water was pooling, not from a leak in the ceiling or a pipe, but seemingly appearing from nowhere, spreading in a rough rectangular shape about the size of a hospital bed. Kyle, our skeptic, was now pressing himself against the wall as far from the water as possible. "This isn't funny anymore," he said, his voice cracking. The temperature continued to drop until I could see our breath clouding in the flashlight beams. The static on the monitor changed, flickering in a pattern that almost resembled a face. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The door clicked and swung open slightly. The lights came back on. The water on the floor was gone, if it had ever been there at all. The server fans returned to their normal speed. We didn't speak as we left that room. Tom locked the door behind us, his hands shaking so badly he dropped the keys twice. We walked back to the entrance in silence, and when we reached Tom's security office, none of us wanted to go inside. Instead, I reset the fire panel in the main entrance, and we prepared to leave. As I was signing the logbook, I asked Tom, "Has anything like that ever happened before?" He shook his head. "Never that extreme. But..." He hesitated. "Sometimes when I do my rounds, I'll check that room and feel like someone's watching me, and more than once, I've caught a smell in there, like something burning." We left Blackwood that night shaken. Back at the station, we talked about what had happened, trying to rationalize it. Equipment malfunctions, power surges, maybe a water leak that had dried up quickly. None of the explanations felt satisfying, but they were better than the alternative. The next night, November 2nd, the anniversary of Eleanor's death, we were on edge, expecting another call. It never came. In fact, we didn't get another call from Blackwood for nearly a week. When we did, it was for a different reason. A small kitchen fire that was already out when we arrived. Different staff were on duty, and we didn't see Tom. 2 months later, our station boundaries were redrawn when a new fire station opened closer to Blackwood. The hospital was no longer in our response area. I never went back there on a call. I tried to follow up, curious about whether the alarms continued. I called the new station a few times and asked if they were getting the Blackwood calls. They said they occasionally got false alarms from the hospital, but didn't specify where. I also tried to contact Tom once, but was told he no longer worked there. That was 16 years ago now. I've since retired from the service, but I still think about that night in the data center. I've responded to thousands of calls in my career, seen things that would turn your stomach, faced genuine dangers that nearly killed me. But nothing has stayed with me like what happened at Blackwood. I don't know if Eleanor Marsh's ghost was trying to communicate something to us that night. I don't know if she's still there, triggering alarms between 2 and 3 in the morning, reliving her death over and over. I don't know if any of it was real, or if 4 tired firefighters and a security guard somehow collectively imagined the whole thing. What I do know is this: sometimes the systems we put in place to warn us of danger pick up things they weren't designed to detect. And sometimes the past doesn't stay buried, no matter how much technology you build on top of it. Story 5. I've never told anyone about this because I didn't think anyone would believe me. It happened back when I was 16, in the mid-90s. And to this day, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm 40 now, and I've gone over this 1,000 times in my head, trying to make sense of it. It was a Saturday night in Pinecrest, this quiet suburban town where I grew up. My parents had gone to some dinner party at my dad's boss's house, and my sister was at a sleepover. I had the whole house to myself, which was pretty rare, and exactly what a teenage boy wants. No one telling me to turn the volume down or asking what I was watching. This was back in '96, before streaming and all that. HBO was showing The Usual Suspects, and I was psyched because I'd missed it in theaters. I remember it was early October, and there was this weird chill in the air, even though we lived in Florida. The kind of night that just feels a little off somehow. I'd dragged this old beach chair from the garage into the living room. It was this faded blue thing with aluminum legs that creaked when you shifted your weight. Way more comfortable than our stiff couch for movie watching. I had everything set up perfectly. Chair positioned right in front of the TV, bowl of microwave popcorn, and a can of Surge. Remember that stuff? The movie had just gotten to the part where they're doing the lineup, probably about 20 minutes in, when the TV just shut off. Not like it powered down normally. It was more like someone had hit the power button. The screen went black instantly. I didn't think much of it at first. Our TV was kind of old. One of those boxy Sonys that weighed a ton. I figured maybe the remote had a stuck button or something. I reached over to the coffee table, grabbed the remote, and hit the power button. The TV clicked back on, and I was back to Kevin Spacey limping around before we all knew what a creep he was. I set the remote back down on the table, making sure it wasn't buried under anything or pressed against something. The coffee table was this glass-topped thing my mom was super protective of, and I could clearly see the remote just sitting there. About 15 minutes later, I remember the boat scene was on. The TV shut off again, just like before. Instant black screen. What the hell? I said out loud to the empty room. I pressed the power button on the remote again. The TV came back on. Now I was getting annoyed, but I still wasn't freaked out yet. Our house was pretty old, built in the 70s, and we had electrical issues sometimes. Lights would flicker during storms, that kind of thing. I figured maybe there was a power surge or something affecting the TV. I tried to get back into the movie, but I kept expecting the TV to turn off again, which made it hard to focus. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, it happened again. Black screen, total silence. At this point, I was getting pissed off. I hit the power button hard with my thumb. The TV came back on. My mind started running through explanations. Maybe someone was messing with me, but I was alone in the house. And this was before smart homes or anything like that. No one could remotely control our TV. Maybe the neighbor's remote was somehow interfering with ours, but that had never happened before, and we'd lived there for years. I remember looking at the wall clock. It was just after 9. My parents wouldn't be home until after midnight. I was determined to watch this damn movie no matter what. I set the remote down again, this time placing it face down so no buttons could accidentally get pressed. I even moved it to the other side of the table, away from me. The movie continued for maybe 5 minutes before the screen went black again. By now, I was legitimately confused. I looked at the remote across the table. It hadn't moved. I hadn't touched it. "Nope," I said out loud, feeling stupid talking to an empty room. "This is unacceptable. I refuse to be interrupted." I remember those exact words because of what happened next. I grabbed the remote and jabbed the power button. The TV clicked on and immediately turned off again. I pressed it again. On, then instantly off. On, off, on, off. It was like someone was fighting me for control of the TV. Each time I turned it on, it would shut off within a second. I wasn't even able to see more than a flash of the movie. My heart started beating faster. This wasn't normal. Electronics don't act like this. I'd never seen anything like it before. I tried pressing other buttons on the remote, volume, channel, menu, but nothing happened. The only button that did anything was the power button, and all it did was briefly turn the TV on before something turned it back off. "Come on!" I shouted, standing up from my beach chair. The aluminum legs scraped against the hardwood floor, making this awful screeching noise that echoed through the empty house. I walked over to the TV itself, thinking maybe the power button on the front was stuck or something. As I got close to the screen, I noticed the hair on my arms was standing up. The air around the TV felt different, charged somehow, like right before lightning strikes. I reached out to press the power button on the TV itself. As my finger got close, I swear I felt something push back against my hand. Not physically push, but like resistance, like trying to push two magnets together when the poles are aligned wrong. But I pushed through it and pressed the button. The TV came on and instantly went off again. I pressed it again. On, off, on, off. It was becoming this weird, rapid-fire battle between me and whatever this was. The TV was flashing on and off so quickly that it was almost strobing, casting these weird, pulsing shadows around the living room. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. I could see my breath fogging in front of me, which was absolutely insane for Florida, even in October. The windows weren't open. The AC wasn't even running. That's when I started to get genuinely scared. This wasn't a technical glitch. This was something else, something I couldn't explain. I backed away from the TV, nearly tripping over the beach chair. The TV continued to flicker on and off, faster and faster, even though I wasn't touching anything. The lights in the room began to flicker too, syncing up with the TV, on, off, on, off. The ceiling fan started to speed up, then slow down, then speed up again, all in rhythm with the lights and TV. The remote on the coffee table started to vibrate, sliding inch by inch across the glass surface. I could hear the glass humming, resonating with whatever energy was filling the room. I stood there, frozen, watching this impossible thing happen in my parents' ordinary living room. The popcorn bowl on the floor was shaking, kernels jumping like they were on a hot pan. And then I heard it, a low, static-filled whisper coming from the TV speakers. Not words exactly, but a sound that felt like it was trying to be words, like someone was trying to speak through layers of interference. I wish I could say I was brave, that I stood my ground against whatever this was. But the truth is, I was terrified. I was a 16-year-old kid alone in a house where the laws of reality seemed to have been suspended. But something in me snapped. Not courage exactly, but frustration, fear transformed into teenage anger. "Stop it," I yelled at the TV. "Just fucking stop it." I stormed back to the TV, that weird resistance pushing against me the whole way. When I reached it, I did what every kid in the 90s knew to do with malfunctioning electronics. I gave the side of the TV a good solid whack with my palm. The impact stung my hand, but what happened next was even more shocking. Everything stopped. The TV settled on on. The lights stopped flickering. The fan returned to its normal speed. The remote stopped vibrating. The room temperature began to rise back to normal. The movie was playing as if nothing had happened. Kevin Spacey was talking to the detective, the scene I'd been trying to watch for what felt like hours. I stood there, hands still tingling from hitting the TV, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. It was just over. I slowly backed away from the TV, watching it carefully, half expecting it to start again. But it didn't. I eventually sat back down in my beach chair, which now felt flimsy and inadequate protection against whatever I'd just experienced. I watched the rest of the movie in a daze, barely processing the plot. Every few minutes I'd glance around the room, looking for any sign that the phenomenon might return. But the house remained normal, just an ordinary suburban home on an October night. When my parents came home around 12:30, I didn't tell them what happened. What would I say? The TV fought me for control. They'd think I was making it up, or that I'd fallen asleep and dreamed it. That was 24 years ago. We moved out of that house a year later when my dad got transferred to Cincinnati. I never experienced anything like that again, not in Pinecrest or anywhere else I've lived. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Power surge, faulty wiring, crossed signals from a neighbor's remote. But none of those explanations account for what I felt in that room. The resistance against my hand, the temperature drop, the whispers from the speakers. Whatever happened that night, whatever force decided to challenge me for control of a Saturday night movie, seemed to accept defeat after I hit the TV. It never came back, but I still think about it. Still wonder what would have happened if I'd given up instead of fighting back. Sometimes when I'm alone at night and my TV is on, I find myself watching the power light a little too carefully, half expecting it to turn off on its own. It never does, but I keep the remote close just in case. Story 6. I never wanted to believe in ghosts. Even after what happened, part of me still tries to rationalize everything. But I can't. Not anymore. Not after what I experienced in my grandmother's house. It's been 3 months since Gran passed away. The funeral was small. Just me, a few distant relatives I barely knew, and some elderly neighbors. Gran was my only real family after my parents died in that car accident when I was 4. I barely remember them, just fragments really. My mom's laugh, my dad's cologne. Gran raised me in that little house outside Vegas, and despite being tight on money, she gave me everything she could. I was surprised when her lawyer told me I'd inherited the house. I'd been sharing a crappy apartment with 2 roommates in Vegas, working as a bartender and taking community college classes. The timing seemed perfect, a chance to save money and figure out my next move. The house is nothing special. A small 3-bedroom ranch-style home, built in the 60s, with faded yellow siding and a detached garage. It sits at the end of a quiet street in Boulder City, about 30 minutes from Vegas. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, but pretends they don't. The first week was just cleaning and sorting through Gran's things. It was emotional but normal. I kept expecting to turn around and see her sitting in her favorite armchair, reading one of her mystery novels, with her reading glasses perched on the end of her nose. The house felt emptier without her, but it was still home. The weird stuff started on day 8. I was unpacking the last of my things in my old bedroom when I heard it. A loud thump from the basement, like something heavy had fallen. I froze, my heart immediately pounding. The basement had always creeped me out as a kid. Gran used it for storage, but I'd always hated going down there, even during the day. When I worked up the courage to check, flipping on every light along the way, I found nothing out of place. Just the same dusty boxes, old furniture, and cobwebbed corners. I told myself it was just the house settling. That night, I woke up around 2 in the morning, absolutely drenched in sweat despite the cool April air. Something had pulled me from sleep, but I couldn't place what. Then I heard it. Another thump from the basement, followed by what sounded like shuffling footsteps. I lay frozen in bed, my entire body rigid with fear. The logical part of my brain said it could be animals, maybe mice, or even a stray cat that had somehow gotten in. But another part of me, the primal part, knew it was something else entirely. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. When morning came, I checked the basement again and found nothing, though I couldn't shake the feeling that things had been moved slightly. A box that I thought had been against one wall now seemed to be a few inches away. I told myself I was being paranoid. Over the next few days, small things started happening that I couldn't explain away. I'd close a door and later find it wide open. I'd put my keys on the kitchen counter and find them on the coffee table. One morning, I came downstairs to find all the framed family photos on the mantel rearranged, my parents' wedding photo turned face down. I kept telling myself there were logical explanations. Maybe I was more stressed about Gran's death than I realized. Maybe I was sleepwalking or just forgetful, but deep down, I knew something was happening that I couldn't explain. Then came the night of the faucets. I woke up suddenly at exactly 3 in the morning. I remember checking my phone when my eyes flew open. The house was filled with the sound of running water. Not dripping, but full-on streaming water. I got out of bed, my heart hammering in my chest as I walked down the hallway to the bathroom. The bathroom faucet was on full blast. I turned it off with shaking hands, then heard water still running. In the kitchen, both the sink and the small utility sink in the laundry room were on. After turning those off, I realized I could still hear water. It was coming from the basement. Standing at the top of the basement stairs, looking down into that darkness, was one of the hardest things I've ever done. My entire body screamed at me not to go down there, but I forced myself to flip on the light and descend the stairs, one agonizing step at a time. The unfinished basement had an old utility sink in the corner. The faucet was turned all the way on, water gushing out and overflowing onto the concrete floor. As I crossed the room to turn it off, the temperature dropped so dramatically I could see my breath. In April, in Nevada, that's when I heard it for the first time. A woman's voice, so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it. Caitlin. Just my name, whispered from somewhere behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly fell. There was no one there, but the basement door at the top of the stairs slowly swung shut with a definitive click. I ran to the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, and yanked on the door handle. It wouldn't budge, locked. From the outside, a door that didn't even have a lock. "Help!" I screamed, pounding on the door. "Somebody help me!" The light flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. In the pitch darkness, I heard the voice again, closer this time, right by my ear. "Get out!" I've never been so terrified in my life. I pounded on the door until my hands hurt, screaming until my throat was raw. Then, just as suddenly as it had closed, the door swung open. I scrambled up the remaining stairs and ran straight out the front door, not stopping until I reached my car. I spent the rest of the night in my car, shivering despite the heat, watching the house like it was a living thing that might come after me. The next day, I went to the local diner, Rosie's, a place Gran used to take me for pancakes on Sunday mornings. I must have looked like hell because Denise, the owner who'd known me since I was a kid, immediately sat down across from me and asked what was wrong. "Is everything okay at Evelyn's old place?" she asked, refilling my coffee cup for the 3rd time. I hesitated, then decided I had nothing to lose. "Has anyone ever said anything about that house being strange?" Denise's expression changed so subtly I almost missed it, a tightening around her eyes, a slight pursing of her lips. "What do you mean by strange, honey?" "I don't know. Weird noises, things moving, like it's..." I couldn't bring myself to say haunted out loud. Denise glanced around the diner, then leaned in closer. "That house has always had stories attached to it, long before your grandmother bought it in the 70s. My stomach dropped. What kind of stories? "The couple who built it, the Morrisons, they died there in 67. Murder-suicide, they said. He killed her, then himself. It was a whole scandal back then. I felt cold, despite the warm diner. Why didn't Gran ever tell me?" "Evelyn was protective of you, especially after your parents. She didn't want to scare you." Denise hesitated. "There have been rumors over the years, people hearing things, seeing things. but your grandmother never seemed bothered by any of it. As I walked back to my car, another elderly resident, Mr. Keene, stopped me. He'd been Gran's neighbor for decades. Been meaning to check on you, he said. That old house can be temperamental. What do you mean? Your grandmother learned to live with it, said sometimes the past doesn't want to stay buried. He looked uncomfortable. If you're having troubles, might want to look through Evelyn's things. She kept records of everything. That night I forced myself to go back into the house. I don't know where I found the courage, maybe desperation, maybe the need for answers. I went straight to Gran's bedroom and began searching. In her closet I found a locked wooden box I'd never seen before. The key was taped to the bottom. Inside were newspaper clippings about the Morrison murder-suicide, old photographs of the house, and a leather-bound journal. My grandmother's handwriting filling page after page. What I read turned my world upside down. My parents hadn't died in a car accident. My mother, Gran's daughter, had been killed in this house by my father, who then killed himself, just like the Morrisons before them. According to Gran's journal, my mother had been researching the house's history, convinced there was something wrong with it. She'd become obsessed, claiming she heard voices, saw things. My father thought she was having a mental breakdown. Their marriage had been struggling. One night, during a heated argument, he shot her, then himself. I was asleep in my bedroom. Gran found us the next morning when she came to visit, me alive, them dead. She'd covered it all up, used her life savings to bribe and convince people to report it as a car accident. She was terrified I'd be taken away from her, or worse, that whatever was in the house would come for me next. So she stayed, believing her presence somehow kept me safe from whatever influence had affected my mother and the Morrisons before her. As I sat there in shock, trying to process this revelation, all the lights in the house went out simultaneously. In the darkness, I heard that whisper again. Caitlin. But this time, I recognized the voice. It was my mother's. The temperature dropped. A figure appeared in the doorway, just a darker shadow against the darkness, but unmistakably the silhouette of a woman. "Mom?" My voice cracked. She moved closer, and I could almost make out her features, the same features I saw every day in the mirror. "He's still here," she whispered. "He won't let me leave." "Dad? Not your father. The other one, Morrison. He's been here since the beginning. He made your father do it, like he made Richard Morrison do it, like he'll make someone do it to you." The shadow moved toward me, growing more solid. I could see her now, my mother as a young woman, her eyes sad and desperate. "You need to finish what I started," she said. "In the basement, behind the north wall. That's where he put her body before the police came. That's what he's protecting." "Who?" "Mrs. Morrison." "Not just her. The others. Before the house. He's been here longer than the house." The shadow of my mother began to fade. "Break the cycle, Caitlin. Find them. Set us free." As her form disappeared, every door in the house slammed shut simultaneously. From somewhere deep in the basement came a roar of rage that shook the foundation of the house itself. I ran. Out the back door, across the yard, not stopping until I reached Mr. Keene's house. He took one look at my face and let me in without questions. "I'm writing this from a motel room 10 miles away. Tomorrow I'm going to the police with Gran's journal and everything I've learned. I don't know if they'll believe me. I barely believe it myself. But I know what I have to do. I have to go back to that house. I have to find whatever is behind that wall in the basement. I have to break the cycle, because if I don't, I'll never be free. And neither will my mother." Story 7. I've known Emma Curtis since we were 6 years old. We met in first grade when her family moved into the blue Victorian house at the end of Oakwood Drive, just 3 houses down from mine in Ravenhollow. Everyone called it the Miller place before they moved in. It had been empty for almost 2 years, and all the kids in the neighborhood said it was haunted. I didn't believe in ghosts back then. Funny how things change. Emma and I clicked right away. We both loved drawing, hated math, and could spend hours building forts in the woods behind our houses. My mom was always happy when I played with Emma. She said Emma brought me out of my shell. But whenever I'd come home from Emma's house, something would be off. I'd have these weird scratches on my arms that I couldn't explain, or I'd get these terrible nosebleeds out of nowhere. My mum thought I was allergic to something in their house, maybe their cat or some cleaning product. But I knew it wasn't allergies. It was something else. The first time I realized something was seriously wrong was during a sleepover at Emma's when we were 11. We were in her room on the second floor, playing with her collection of Polly Pockets, when her bedroom door slammed shut. No windows were open, no draft. It just slammed so hard the walls shook. Emma didn't even flinch. She just sighed and said, "They're active tonight." "They?" I asked. "The people who lived here before," she said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "They don't like visitors much." That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to Emma screaming. I shot up from my sleeping bag on the floor to see her being pulled under her bed, like literally dragged. Her fingernails were scraping against the hardwood as she disappeared into the darkness beneath her bed frame. I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. By the time her parents rushed in, Emma was completely under the bed, sobbing. Her dad had to pull her out. She had these awful scratches all over her back, like someone had raked their nails down her skin. Her mom took her to the bathroom to clean her up, and her dad stayed with me. He looked so tired, like he hadn't slept in years. "Has this happened before?" I whispered. He just nodded. Emma's special. Things follow her. The next morning, Emma acted like nothing had happened. When I asked her about it, she just shrugged and said, "Sometimes they get mad, but they usually leave me alone after a while." After that, I started noticing things whenever I was at Emma's house. Doors would open and close by themselves. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Once, while we were watching TV in the living room, all the kitchen cabinets flew open at the same time. Emma's mum just got up and calmly closed them all, like it was just another chore. Emma's older brother Tyler had it worse. He'd wake up with bruises shaped like handprints on his arms. He started sleeping with the lights on when he was 16. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at Emma with this mixture of fear and resentment, like whatever was happening was somehow her fault. When we were 14, Emma's family moved away. Her dad got a job in another state, and they left Ravenhollow behind. I was heartbroken. We promised to stay in touch, and we did. Calls, emails, and later social media. We'd visit each other during summer breaks or long weekends. But here's the thing that's been freaking me out for years. Whenever Emma visits me, weird stuff happens in my house. And I mean my house. The place where I've lived my entire life without a single supernatural thing ever happening when she's not around. Last weekend was the first time Emma had visited in about a year. She's in grad school now, studying psychology of all things, while I work from home as a graphic designer. She arrived Friday afternoon, and everything was normal for the first few hours. We caught up, ordered pizza, opened a bottle of wine, normal friend stuff. Then my laptop, which had been working perfectly all day, suddenly shut down while I was showing Emma some of my recent design work. When I tried to turn it back on, the screen filled with these glitchy horizontal lines, and the fan started making this awful grinding noise. I've had that laptop for 3 years without a single issue. "Sorry," Emma said quietly. "Electronics tend to malfunction around me." I laughed it off, but by bedtime, both our phones were at 1% battery, despite being fully charged earlier, and my microwave had stopped working entirely. That night, we stayed up late, talking in the living room. Around 1 in the morning, we started hearing this knocking sound. At first, I thought it was coming from the front door, but when I checked, nobody was there. The knocking continued, moving from the front door to the windows, then to the walls, then to the ceiling directly above us. It wasn't random. It had this deliberate rhythm, like someone trying to get our attention. Emma just sat there sipping her wine. She asked, "Them? Who's them?" I asked, even though I already knew. "Whoever's knocking," she said simply. I shook my head. Let's just ignore it. The knocking continued for another 20 minutes before stopping abruptly. We decided to go to bed around 2. I gave Emma the guest room and went to my room at the end of the hall. I was exhausted, but couldn't fall asleep. Around 3:30, I heard whispering coming from somewhere in my room. It sounded like multiple voices having a conversation, but I couldn't make out the words. I turned on my bedside lamp, and the whispering immediately stopped. My room was empty. I was about to turn the light back off when Emma appeared in my doorway, looking pale. "Someone's in my room," she said. "What do you mean?" I asked, though my stomach was already knotting with dread. I woke up and someone was standing at the foot of my bed. A man. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but Emma shook her head. Not that kind of man. He wasn't solid. We ended up spending the rest of the night in my room with all the lights on. Neither of us slept much. The next morning, things escalated. We were making breakfast when every light in the kitchen went out at once. The rest of the house still had power. It was just the kitchen that went dark. I checked the breaker panel, but everything was fine. The lights came back on by themselves about 10 minutes later. Around noon, we were sitting at my dining room table when we both heard a chair in the corner squeak, like someone had just sat down in it. We looked over, and the chair was pulled slightly away from the wall, but nobody was there. As we watched, it squeaked again, like someone was shifting their weight. "Is this normal for you?" I finally asked Emma. We'd never really talked about the weird stuff that happened when we were kids. It was like this unspoken thing between us. Emma was quiet for a long time before answering. "It's been happening my whole life. My parents took me to doctors, therapists, even a priest once. Nobody could explain it." She looked up at me, her eyes tired. "Things happen around me, not just in that house in Ravenhollow. Everywhere I go." "But why?" I asked. She shrugged. "My grandmother used to say, some people are like beacons. We attract things." That afternoon, Emma went to take a shower before heading back to her hotel. She was only staying with me one night this visit. While she was in the bathroom, I sat on my couch trying to process everything. The house felt heavy, like the air was thicker somehow. I could hear the shower running and Emma humming to herself. Then I heard someone sit down next to me on the couch. The cushion depressed, the leather creaked, but there was nobody there. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Something cold brushed against my hand, like someone had touched me with ice-cold fingers. I jumped up and backed away from the couch. "Emma?" I called out, my voice shaking. The bathroom door opened and Emma stepped out wrapped in a towel, her hair dripping wet. "What's wrong?" she asked. Before I could answer, we both heard a loud thud from my bedroom, like something heavy had fallen. We rushed to check and found my full-length mirror had somehow moved from one wall to the opposite side of the room. "I'm sorry," Emma whispered. "It's getting worse. It always gets worse when I'm upset or stressed." "Are you upset?" I asked. She nodded. "Work stuff, relationship problems, the usual." As she got dressed, I noticed 3 long red scratches down her back, fresh and angry looking. "Emma, what happened to your back?" I asked. She twisted to try to see in the mirror. "Oh," she said, not sounding surprised at all. "That happens sometimes. I'll probably find more later." After she left that evening, I was sitting on my couch, scrolling through my phone, when I felt a sharp burning sensation on my arm. I looked down to see 3 identical scratches forming on my skin, appearing out of nowhere like someone was dragging their nails across my arm in real time. I watched in horror as they welled up with blood. That was yesterday. My house is completely normal again now that Emma's gone. No strange noises, no electronic malfunctions, no invisible people sitting on my furniture. It's like whatever follows her left when she did. I've been thinking about this all day, trying to make sense of it. Emma and I have been friends for 20 years. In all that time, these things only happen when we're together. My house isn't haunted. I've lived here my entire life without incident when she's not around. The old Miller place, her childhood home, had a reputation before her family moved in, but the activity got worse after they arrived. What scares me most is the realization that's been slowly forming over the years. It's not the places that are haunted, it's Emma. Something is attached to her, following her wherever she goes. And whatever it is, it doesn't like when she connects with other people. I don't know what to do. She's my oldest friend, but I'm terrified of what happens when she's here. The scratches on my arm still haven't faded. Sometimes I swear they burn more intensely when I think about her. I've been trying to research this kind of phenomenon, but I don't even know what to call it. Is she possessed? Is she cursed? Or is she something else entirely, some kind of conduit between our world and whatever exists beyond it? All I know is that she's coming back to visit in 3 months, and part of me is already dreading it, because whatever follows Emma, it's getting stronger, and I don't think it likes me very much. Story 8. I still don't know what I saw that night. It's been 4 months since it happened, and I can't stop thinking about it. I've never been the type to believe in the paranormal or ghosts or whatever, but what I experienced that evening in March has completely changed my perspective on, well, everything. I was driving home from work like I did every weekday. I worked at a small tech company in the next town over from Pinecrest, where I lived with my parents while saving up for my own place. The job often kept me late. That day I was debugging code until almost 9 at night. My boss Dave had this thing about staying until the job's done, which usually meant unpaid overtime for all of us junior devs. The drive home was about 40 minutes on a good day, but at night it felt longer, especially the stretch of County Road 16 that cut through Blackwood Forest. It was the quickest route home, but man, that road was dark, like pitch black dark. The trees grew tall on both sides, creating this tunnel effect that made it feel like you were driving into the void. The county hadn't bothered putting up streetlights there because hardly anyone used that road at night. I was exhausted that evening. I'd been up since 5 in the morning because I couldn't sleep, anxious about a project deadline. My eyes were burning from staring at screens all day. I remember turning up my music, some playlist I'd made for late drives, and cracking the window to let the cool air keep me alert. The road was empty, as usual. I hadn't seen another car since turning off the highway about 10 minutes earlier. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating maybe 30 feet of asphalt ahead and the endless trees on both sides. I was going about 55, 5 under the limit because that road had some unexpected curves. That's when I saw something move in my peripheral vision. At first I thought it was a deer. They're common in that area, and I'd had a few close calls before. I instinctively eased off the gas and moved my foot toward the brake, ready to stop if needed. But as my headlights swept over to the right side of the road, I realized it wasn't a deer at all. It was a figure, a human figure, standing perfectly still at the edge of the trees. I slowed down, more confused. Who would be out here at this hour? There were no houses for miles, no place for someone to have walked from, maybe a broken-down car somewhere, but I hadn't passed anyone. As I got closer, the figure became clearer in my headlights, and that's when the first wave of real fear hit me. This thing, it wasn't right. It had the shape of a person, head, torso, arms, legs, but no features whatsoever, no clothes, no face, no details of any kind. It was just a black silhouette, darker than the night around it, like a hole cut into reality. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman. It had no eyes that I could see, but somehow I knew it was watching me. As I drove past, it remained completely motionless, facing the road. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at it, and in that moment, I swear it turned its head to follow me, not the whole body, just the head, tracking my car as I passed. I hit the gas hard, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. The rational part of my brain was trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was someone in a weird costume, some kind of prank. But out here, miles from anywhere, at 9:30 at night. I glanced in my rearview mirror, expecting to see the figure still standing there in the receding glow of my tail lights. But there was nothing, just darkness. It was gone. I kept driving, faster now, my palms sweaty on the steering wheel. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself I was tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe it was just a shadow cast by a tree, or my exhaustion making me see things that weren't there. By the time I reached the turnoff to Pinecrest, I'd almost convinced myself it was nothing. I slowed down as I entered the residential area, the familiar sight of houses and streetlights calming my nerves. I lived in one of those cookie-cutter neighborhoods built in the 90s, all similar two-story homes with neat lawns and basketball hoops in driveways. I was about 2 blocks from my house when I saw it again. My neighbor, Mr. Grayson, has this big oak tree in his front yard. As I was driving past, something caught my eye. Behind the tree, partially hidden but clearly visible in the glow of the streetlight, was the same featureless silhouette. It was crouching slightly, as if trying to hide, but not doing a very good job of it. And this time, I could see eyes, not human eyes, just 2 small points of light, like tiny white holes in the blackness. They were fixed directly on me. I slammed on the brakes, my car screeching to a halt in the middle of the road. For a second, we just stared at each other, me frozen in terror, it watching from behind the tree. I blinked, and in that split second, it was gone. Just gone. Not running away, not fading, simply there one moment and not there the next. I didn't wait around. I floored it the remaining distance to my house, skidded into the driveway and practically fell out of my car in my hurry to get inside. I fumbled with my keys at the door, dropping them twice before managing to unlock it. I burst into the living room where my parents were watching TV. My dad jumped up, alarmed, while my mum let out a startled, "Alex, what's wrong?" I must have looked insane, wide-eyed, pale, shaking. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but the words came out jumbled and frantic. My dad thought someone had been following me or threatening me. My mum immediately assumed I'd been in an accident. No, I kept saying. I saw something, someone, but not a person. It was like a shadow, but standing on its own. It had no face. They exchanged that look parents give each other when they're worried about their kids' mental health. My dad put his hand on my shoulder and guided me to the couch, while my mum went to get me some water. They were concerned, but I could tell they didn't believe me. "When's the last time you slept properly?" my dad asked. "You've been pulling a lot of late nights at work." He wasn't wrong. Between the job stress and my insomnia, I'd been running on maybe 4 hours of sleep a night for weeks. But this wasn't exhaustion. I know what exhaustion hallucinations feel like. The brief shadows at the corner of your vision that disappear when you look directly at them. This was different. This was solid, persistent, and it had watched me. My mom brought me tea instead of water and sat next to me. "Honey, I think you need to take a day off. Call in sick tomorrow. Get some rest." I nodded, not because I agreed with their explanation, but because arguing was pointless. I knew what I saw. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept my bedroom light on and checked my window constantly, half expecting to see those white pinprick eyes staring in at me. I looked up shadow people online and fell down a rabbit hole of paranormal forums and Reddit threads. There were hundreds of accounts from people who claimed to have seen similar entities. Featureless black figures that appeared and disappeared without warning. Some theories said they were interdimensional beings, others that they were manifestations of negative energy or harbingers of death. None of it made me feel better. The next morning I called in sick like my mum suggested. I spent the day inside, jumping at every noise and shadow. By evening, the rational part of my brain had started to reassert itself. Maybe my parents were right. Maybe I had been hallucinating from exhaustion. But I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes watching me from behind Mr. Grayson's tree. I decided to make some changes. First, I started looking for a new job closer to home, so I wouldn't have to make that long commute anymore, especially not at night. Second, I got serious about fixing my sleep schedule. No more late-night scrolling or programming projects after hours. And third, I found a new route home that avoided County Road 16 entirely. It added 15 minutes to my drive, but it kept me on well-lit highways the whole way. For a few weeks, things were better. I didn't see the shadow figure again, and I started to convince myself it had been a stress-induced hallucination. I found a new job just 10 minutes from my house, put in my 2 weeks' notice, and started feeling like my life was getting back on track. Then, 3 weeks after the incident, something happened that shattered my fragile peace. I was taking out the trash one night around 8. It was already dark, but our street has decent lighting. As I was wheeling the bin to the curb, I noticed something across the street, standing between two parked cars. That same featureless silhouette, those same pinpoint eyes. I froze, the trash bin still in my hands. It didn't move, neither did I. We just stayed like that for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then I heard a car coming down the road. I glanced toward the sound instinctively, and when I looked back, the figure was gone. I abandoned the trash bin right there and ran back inside. I didn't tell my parents. They'd only worry more about my mental health. Instead, I locked myself in my room and tried to make sense of what was happening. If it wasn't exhaustion or stress, what was it? Why was this thing following me? The next day I went to a doctor and explained my symptoms, carefully framing them as possible hallucinations rather than actual encounters. He ran some tests, checked my eyes, asked about my medical history and drug use, none beyond the occasional beer. Everything came back normal. He suggested it might be sleep paralysis episodes or hypnagogic hallucinations, but those typically happen when you're falling asleep or waking up, not while driving or taking out the trash. I even went to see a therapist thinking maybe this was some weird manifestation of anxiety. She was kind and listened without judgment, but she didn't have any concrete explanations either, beyond stress and lack of sleep. The thing is, I've been sleeping well since changing jobs. I'm less stressed, more rested, and generally happier, but I still see it occasionally, always at a distance, always watching, always disappearing when I look away or when someone else comes near. Last week, I was at the grocery store browsing the cereal aisle when I saw it at the end of the aisle, just standing there watching. An elderly woman walked right past it seemingly without noticing. I dropped my basket and left immediately. 2 days ago, I was out for a run in the park, and I saw it standing among a group of trees. I changed direction, and when I looked back, it was gone. I don't know what this thing is or what it wants from me. I don't know if it's something supernatural or if I'm experiencing some kind of mental break that no doctor can diagnose. All I know is that it's real to me, and it's still watching. Sometimes I think about driving back to that stretch of County Road 16 at night to see if it all started there for a reason, but I'm too afraid of what I might find, or what might find me. So I'm writing this here, partly to get it off my chest, and partly to ask if anyone else has experienced something similar. Am I alone in this? Or are there others who've seen the shadows with no faces, the watchers in the dark? I just want to understand why it chose me, and when, if ever, it will stop. Story 9. I've never really shared this before, but I think I'm finally ready to talk about it. It's been weighing on me for years, and maybe putting it out there will help me make sense of what happened, or maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I don't know. I grew up in Ridgefield in a modest 2-story house. Nothing fancy. Just your typical suburban home with faded blue siding and a small backyard where Mom planted tulips every spring. But there was always something different about that house. Or maybe it wasn't the house at all. Maybe it was us. From as far back as I can remember, I could sense things other kids couldn't. At first, I thought everyone saw the colorful halos around people. Soft blues around my kindergarten teacher, vibrant oranges around the mailman, deep purples around my mom when she was deep in thought. I learned pretty quickly not to mention it when my first grade classmates looked at me like I was crazy. The dreams started when I was around 7. Not normal kid dreams about flying or falling, but vivid scenes that would later happen exactly as I dreamed them. Small things at first, a bird hitting our kitchen window, my best friend Hannah showing up to school with a cast on her arm, the exact words my teacher would use when announcing a surprise field trip. I told my mum about them, and she'd just smile this knowing smile and stroke my hair, saying I had special eyes for the world. But the nighttime visits were what really scared me. It started when I was 9. I'd be lying in bed, staring at my glow-in-the-dark stars stuck to the ceiling, when I'd feel the mattress sink down at the foot of my bed, like someone sitting down, their weight creating a depression in the mattress. I'd freeze, too terrified to look, but I knew there was nothing visible there. The first few times, I convinced myself it was just the house settling or something I'd imagined. But then came the cold air. A gentle but distinct breeze would brush across my face, and my hair would blow back slightly, like someone was gently exhaling right in front of me. My windows were closed, my door was closed. There was no ceiling fan, no explanation for this phantom breath. I'd lie there paralyzed, tears streaming silently down my face, until I couldn't take it anymore. Then I'd bolt from my bed and run down the hall to my mom's room. Every single time. Mom never questioned me, never told me I was just having nightmares or to grow up and go back to my own bed. She'd just lift her covers and scoot over, making space for me beside her. Looking back, I think she knew exactly what was happening. This went on for years. I became an expert at sensing when the presence was about to appear. There'd be this stillness in the air, like the whole house was holding its breath. The temperature would drop just slightly, enough that I could see goosebumps rising on my arms. And I swear, right before the mattress would sink down, I'd hear the faintest sound, like someone shifting their weight, preparing to sit. Most nights, I didn't even wait for it to happen. As soon as I felt that stillness, I'd be out of my room and down the hall. But everything changed on that night in October when I was 12. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I'd had a math test that day that I was sure I'd bombed. Mom had made meatloaf for dinner, and I'd gone to bed feeling queasy from stress and too much ketchup. That familiar stillness descended around 10 o'clock. I was already on edge, clutching my stuffed rabbit. Yes, I still slept with one at 12, sue me, and watching the shadows on my wall. When I felt the mattress sink, I didn't even hesitate. I was out of there in seconds, running to Mum's room and diving under her covers. "Again?" she asked softly, putting down her book. She was still awake, reading with that small bedside lamp that cast a warm yellow glow around the room. I nodded, burrowing deeper under her comforter. "It's okay, Kate," she said, rubbing my back. "You're safe here." We lay there in silence for a few minutes, and I was just starting to relax when I noticed something strange. There was a tiny pinpoint of light hovering near the ceiling. At first, I thought it was a reflection from Mum's reading glasses, or maybe a lightning bug that had somehow gotten inside, but then another appeared, and another. "Mom," I whispered, pointing up. "Do you see that?" She followed my finger and her eyes widened. "Yes," she said, her voice barely audible. "I do." Within seconds there were dozens of them, tiny specks of light like miniature stars suspended in the air above us. They weren't steady like light reflections. They moved slightly, twinkling and pulsing with a soft, silvery glow. And then they started to fall. It was like someone had opened a container of the finest glitter directly above us. Hundreds, maybe thousands of these shimmering particles began to drift downward, catching the lamplight and reflecting it in rainbow hues. They fell slowly, lazily, defying the normal speed of gravity. Instinctively, I reached out my hand to catch one. As it approached my palm, I could see it clearly. It wasn't actually a speck of light, but something more substantial, like a tiny crystal or diamond that emitted its own radiance. But the moment it should have touched my skin, it vanished. Not faded, not fell through my hand, just completely disappeared. I tried again and again, fascinated rather than frightened. Each time the same thing happened. The particles would approach my skin and then simply cease to exist. "They're not hot," I said, surprised. "No," Mom agreed, also attempting to catch them. "They're not cold either. They're just there, and then not." The strangest part was how I felt. The presence in my bedroom had always filled me with dread, a primal fear that squeezed my chest and made my heart race. But this extraordinary shower of light brought a sense of profound peace, like being wrapped in the warmest, softest blanket on the coldest day, like being known completely and utterly and accepted just as I was. I looked at Mom, expecting to see confusion or fear, but her face reflected exactly what I was feeling: pure serenity. Her eyes were wide with wonder, and she had the gentlest smile I'd ever seen on her face. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "What is it?" I asked. She shook her head slightly. "I don't know exactly, but I think it's a message." The glittering shower continued for maybe 5 minutes, though it felt both longer and shorter somehow, as if time itself had become fluid. And then, as gradually as it had begun, it faded. The last few particles drifted down, disappeared upon approaching any surface, and then they were gone. We sat in silence for a long moment, neither of us wanting to break the spell. The room seemed darker now, ordinary again, but the feeling of peace lingered. Finally, Mum took a deep breath. "Kate, there's something I need to tell you." She turned to face me fully, taking my hands in hers. "What you experience, the auras, the dreams, the presence in your room, I've experienced them too, all my life." I stared at her, stunned. She'd always been understanding about my experiences, but she'd never explicitly said she shared them. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, not accusingly, just curious. "I wanted you to come to your own understanding of your gifts," she said. "I didn't want to influence how you interpreted what you saw or felt. But after tonight, I think it's time you knew everything." She told me then about her own childhood, how she'd seen the same halos around people, had the same prophetic dreams, how her mother, my grandmother who died before I was born, had the same abilities. "It runs in our family," she explained. "The women in our line have always had special sensitivity to the spiritual world." Then she told me about Michael. "He first came to me when I was about your age," she said. "Not a ghost or a presence like you feel in your room, an angel." I must have looked skeptical because she smiled gently. "Not with wings and a halo like in paintings, just a being of light. He's visited me throughout my life, usually when something important is about to happen. He's guided me, warned me sometimes." She paused, seeming to debate whether to continue. "The last time I saw him was 3 years ago. He told me something specific. He said that when they build the new community center downtown, I would be diagnosed with cancer, terminal cancer." My blood ran cold. "What?" "Mom, he said I had a job to do in the other veil. Those were his exact words." I shook my head violently. "No, that's crazy. Why would he tell you something like that? Why would you believe it?" "Because everything he's ever told me has come true," she said simply. "And I'm not afraid, Kate. That's what I want you to understand. Death isn't an ending. Tonight showed us that, didn't it?" I couldn't process what she was saying. It was too much, too terrible to contemplate. But deep down, in that place where my special eyes saw the truth of things, I knew she wasn't lying or delusional. She was telling me what she knew to be true. We didn't talk about it again after that night. Life went on as normal. I still felt the presence in my bedroom occasionally, but it didn't frighten me as much anymore. Sometimes I'd even sit quietly and acknowledge it, though I never saw anything. 2 years later, they broke ground on the new community center. Mom and I were driving past when we saw the construction equipment. She didn't say anything, just reached over and squeezed my hand so hard it hurt. 3 weeks later, she had a routine physical. 2 days after that, they called her back in for more tests. A week later, we sat together in a sterile office while a doctor with kind eyes told her she had pancreatic cancer. Stage 4, inoperable. The night before she died, 7 months later, we were alone in her hospice room. She was drifting in and out of consciousness, but during a lucid moment, she suddenly smiled. "Do you remember the glitter, Kate?" she whispered. I nodded, tears streaming down my face. "That's where I'm going," she said. "To that light. Don't be scared for me." She died at 3:17 in the morning. I was holding her hand when she took her last breath, and just for a moment so briefly I've spent years wondering if I imagined it. A single particle of light appeared above her chest, hovered for a second, and vanished. I'm 32 now. I still see auras. I still have dreams that come true. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I feel a familiar weight settle on the edge of my bed. But I don't run anymore, and I'm still waiting to understand what it all means. The presence, the prophecy, the celestial glitter that fell around us that night. Maybe I never will, but I know what I saw. I know what we both saw. And somehow, that's enough. Story 10. I still can't explain what happened to me that summer day in Greece 13 years ago. I've searched for answers, tried to rationalize it, but nothing makes sense. I wasn't on any medication. I wasn't sick. I hadn't been told any scary stories beforehand. I was just a normal 14-year-old girl on vacation with my family. It was late July, and we were taking our annual summer trip from our home in Larissa to visit my grandfather in his village in the Peloponnese. My dad, my uncle Nikos, my aunt Eleni, and my 2 cousins, Dimitri and Sophia, were all excited about the trip. Greece in summer is absolutely beautiful. Warm days, cool evenings, and the landscape is just breathtaking. We'd been driving for about 4 hours when my grandfather called and suggested we stop at a small village called Kalavrita for lunch before continuing our journey. I remember being in a great mood that morning. I had my headphones in, listening to music and watching the beautiful Greek countryside pass by outside the window. Mountains, olive groves, occasional glimpses of the sea in the distance. We were all joking and laughing in the car, playing those silly road trip games that families do. Nothing felt off or strange. We arrived in Kalavrita around 1 in the afternoon. It was a quaint little mountain village. Stone houses with red-tiled roofs, narrow streets, a small square with cafes and a church. It looked like a postcard of traditional Greece. My grandfather was already there waiting for us at a local taverna. After hugs and greetings, we sat down to eat. The food was amazing. Souvlaki, Greek salad with chunks of feta, tzatziki, fresh bread. Everything tasted so good after the long drive. After lunch, my grandfather suggested we take a short walk to help digest our food before getting back on the road. "There's a nice hill just outside the village," he said. "The view from there is magnificent." Everyone agreed it was a good idea. My aunt and female cousin decided to stay behind to do some shopping in the local stores, while my dad, uncle, male cousin and I followed my grandfather. The walk started pleasantly enough. It was hot, but not unbearable. The path leading out of the village was lined with cypress trees that provided some shade. My grandfather was pointing out different plants and telling us stories about the region. I remember feeling completely normal, even happy to be spending time with my family like this. But then, as we approached the hill, something changed. I can't pinpoint the exact moment it started, but suddenly I felt wrong. It began with goosebumps all over my arms despite the summer heat. Then came this heaviness in my chest, like someone was sitting on it. My heart started racing for no reason. At first I tried to ignore it, thinking maybe I'd eaten too much or it was just the heat affecting me. We kept walking toward the hill, and with each step, the feeling got worse. The hill itself didn't look menacing or special in any way. It was just a grassy slope with a few trees scattered around. But I don't know how to describe it, like I was walking into a cloud of pure sadness. It was as if the air itself was heavy with grief and fear. About halfway up the hill, my legs started to feel weak. I was struggling to breathe normally. The sensation was so overwhelming that I had to stop walking. My dad noticed and asked if I was okay, but I couldn't answer him properly. I just stood there, frozen, with tears starting to form in my eyes, without me understanding why. My grandfather turned around, and the look on his face changed immediately when he saw me. He rushed back down to where I was standing. "Maria, what's wrong?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. I finally managed to speak, though my voice was shaking. "I don't know, Papu. I feel terrible. Something's crushing my heart. I feel so sad and scared, but I don't know why. It's like I can feel people crying, like I can hear screaming in my head." I remember those exact words because they sounded so strange coming out of my mouth. I had never experienced anything like this before. My grandfather's face went pale. Without saying anything more, he put his arm around my shoulders and quickly guided me away from the hill, back toward the village. My dad and uncle exchanged confused glances, but followed us. My cousin, who was 15 at the time, looked at me like I was crazy. As we walked away from the hill, the feeling gradually subsided. By the time we reached the outskirts of the village, I could breathe normally again, though I still felt shaky and disturbed. It was like walking out of a freezing room into the warmth, that sudden relief when the pressure lifts. My grandfather took us to a different taverna than the one where we'd eaten lunch. It was smaller, more traditional, with an older man behind the counter who seemed to know my grandfather. They exchanged a few words in Greek that I couldn't quite catch. The owner looked at me with an expression of understanding that confused me even more. We sat down at a table in the corner. My grandfather ordered a glass of water for me and a coffee for himself. My dad and uncle got beers, and my cousin had a soda. Everyone was quiet, watching me with concern. I felt embarrassed by all the attention, but I was still trying to make sense of what had just happened to me. After I drank some water and calmed down a bit, my grandfather finally spoke. "Maria, can you tell me exactly what you felt on that hill?" I tried to find the right words. "It was like walking into someone else's nightmare, Papu. I felt panic, like I needed to run away, and this crushing sadness, like I was feeling the pain of many people all at once. I could almost hear crying and screaming in my head, and gunshots. I don't know why I thought of gunshots, but I did. It felt like death was all around me." Saying it out loud made me realize how crazy it sounded, and I started to worry that everyone would think I was making it up for attention. But my grandfather didn't look skeptical. He looked troubled. He exchanged a glance with the taverna owner who had come to stand near our table. "There was nothing there," I continued. "Just a hill. But it felt wrong evil, almost, like something terrible happened there." The taverna fell silent. Even the few other customers seemed to have quieted down, though I wasn't sure if they were listening to us or if it was just my imagination. My grandfather took a deep breath. "Maria," he said quietly, "what you just described, there's a reason for it." He looked at my father, who nodded, encouraging him to continue. "That hill has a history," my grandfather said. "A very dark history that most people outside this region don't know about. During World War II, when the Nazis occupied Greece, something terrible happened in Kalavrita. The taverna owner, an elderly man with weathered skin and sad eyes, pulled up a chair and joined us. December 13th, 1943, he said in heavily accented English, looking directly at me. I was just a small boy, younger than you." My grandfather continued the story. The German army was fighting against resistance fighters in the mountains. Some German soldiers were captured and killed by the resistance. In retaliation, the Nazis decided to make an example of Kalavrita. The taverna owner's eyes grew moist as my grandfather spoke. "They came early in the morning," the old man said. "They gathered all the women and children in the school and locked them inside. Then they took all the males, everyone aged 14 and older, to that hill. I felt a chill run down my spine despite the warm day. 14, the same age I was. 438 men and boys," my grandfather said solemnly. "They were taken to that hill where you just were, forced to sit facing the town and then executed by machine gun fire. The Germans set the town on fire afterward. The women and children had to break out of the school to escape the flames. Then they had to climb that hill to find their husbands, fathers, sons and brothers dead." I couldn't speak. The heaviness in my chest had returned, but this time from hearing the story rather than from whatever I'd experienced on the hill. "Only 13 men survived," the taverna owner said. "I was not on the hill. I was 13, too young to be taken. But I lost my father and my older brother that day. Most families in Kalavrita lost every male in their household." My dad looked as shocked as I felt. "I knew about Nazi atrocities in Greece, but I'd never heard this specific story," he admitted. "It's not taught much outside this region," my grandfather explained. "Greece has a complex history with the occupation. Some things are still painful to discuss." I found my voice again. But how could I feel that? There was nothing there to tell me what happened. No memorial, no signs, nothing. It was true. The hill had looked like any other hill in the Greek countryside. There had been nothing visible to indicate its horrific past. My grandfather reached across the table and took my hand. "I don't know, Maria. Some people are more sensitive to these things. Places where great tragedy has occurred. Sometimes they hold on to the energy of what happened there. I've heard stories of people feeling things in places like concentration camps or ancient battlefields, even when they don't know the history." "It's the blood in the soil," the taverna owner said simply. "Some people can feel it. The earth remembers." We sat in silence for a while. Eventually my aunt and cousin found us and joined our table. My grandfather briefly explained what had happened, and my aunt looked at me with a mixture of concern and fascination. "Why did you take us there if you knew what happened?" my dad asked my grandfather. "I didn't plan to tell you the story today," he replied. "The view really is beautiful, and I thought it would be a nice walk. I didn't expect..." He glanced at me. "I didn't expect Maria to react that way. I've been there many times and never felt anything unusual myself." We stayed at the taverna for about an hour. The owner showed us some old photographs of Kalavrita, before and after the massacre. One showed the rebuilt town with the hill in the background. Just seeing the hill in the photo made me uncomfortable. When we finally left to continue our journey, I couldn't help looking back in the direction of the hill. Though it was no longer visible from where we were, I remember thinking about all those men and boys who walked up that same path, not knowing they would never walk back down. That experience at Kalavrita has stayed with me all these years. I'm 27 now, and I've never felt anything like it before or since. I've visited other historical sites with tragic pasts. I even went to Auschwitz once on a university trip. But while those places were emotionally moving, I never experienced that same overwhelming physical and emotional reaction. Sometimes I wonder if it was just an anxiety attack triggered by the heat or something I ate. But that doesn't explain how I felt specifically about gunshots and death before knowing anything about what happened there, and it doesn't explain why the feeling was limited to that exact location and disappeared when I walked away. I've researched the Calavrita massacre extensively since then. They've built a proper memorial and museum there now. I've thought about going back as an adult to see if I would feel the same thing, but something always stops me. Part of me doesn't want to experience those feelings again, and part of me is afraid I won't feel anything at all, that whatever connection I had to that moment in history was fleeting and now gone. Whatever happened to me that day, it's made me wonder about the invisible threads that connect us to the past, and how some places never truly forget the horrors they've witnessed, even when there's nothing left to see. As on Story 11. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It's been over 3 years, but I remember every detail like it happened yesterday. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or the supernatural. I'm an engineer by training, so I tend to look for logical explanations. But what happened that night in December 2019 changed something in me. My father passed away suddenly on December 6th, 2019, a heart attack. He was only 58. The doctor said it was quick, that he probably didn't suffer much, but that didn't make it any easier. We weren't as close as we used to be since the divorce. He and Mom split up about 4 years earlier, and he moved to an apartment across Warsaw, while Mom and I stayed in our family home in the suburbs. My sister Anya lived nearby with her husband. Dad still came around for holidays and birthdays, but things were different. I was the one who had to identify his body. That image, him lying there so still, so unlike himself, it's burned into my brain. The days after were a blur of funeral arrangements, paperwork, and trying to comfort my mom and sister. I was running on autopilot, not really processing anything. It was 2 nights after he died, December 8th. I remember the date precisely because we were supposed to meet with the funeral director the next morning. I'd finally managed to fall asleep around 11, exhausted from everything. Our house was completely silent. Mom had finally taken a sleeping pill after not sleeping for 2 days straight. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up, maybe midnight, maybe a bit later. At first, I wasn't sure what had pulled me from sleep. Then I heard it, this weird rhythmic clicking sound coming from somewhere in the house. Click, 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 pause, click, 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 pause. Over and over. My first thought was, Mom's clock radio was malfunctioning. She likes to listen to the radio as she falls asleep, and I figured maybe it was on the fritz. I got up, rubbing my eyes, and walked down the hallway toward her room. But as I passed the small home office, I realized the sound was coming from there. The office was really just a converted storage room where we kept the computer, some books, and old family photos. Dad had set it up years ago when he was still living with us. The clicking was definitely coming from inside. I pushed the door open slowly, feeling along the wall for the light switch. When I flipped it on, nothing happened. I remember feeling a sudden unease. I took out my phone and used the flashlight to look around. The clicking sound was coming from our old HP LaserJet printer sitting on the desk in the corner. It was an ancient thing, probably 10 years old at that point, but it still worked fine for the occasional document Mom needed to print. The power light on the printer was blinking rapidly, on, off, perfectly matching the clicking sound. It was like someone was frantically pressing the power button over and over. But nobody was there, just me. I walked closer, my heart starting to pound. The printer had never done anything like this before. It was supposed to be in sleep mode. We hardly ever turned it completely off. But this wasn't normal behavior. The power light was blinking so fast it almost looked like it was flickering, and the mechanical clicking sound was getting louder and faster. There was a small desk lamp next to the printer, one of those cheap IKEA ones with the flexible neck. It wasn't turned on when I entered the room, but suddenly it began to glow. Not just turn on, it started pulsing, getting brighter and then dimmer, brighter and dimmer, completely out of sync with the printer's clicking. The light would get so bright it hurt my eyes, then fade to almost nothing, then flare up again. I stood there frozen, my mind racing for some logical explanation. Power surge, but why would it only affect these two devices? I tried to turn off the printer by holding down the power button, but it made no difference. The clicking and blinking continued. I even reached behind and unplugged it from the wall, but to my absolute shock, it kept going. That's when real fear started to set in. I'm not ashamed to admit I backed away from the desk. The printer kept clicking, the lamp kept pulsing, and I felt this heaviness in the air, like the atmosphere had become thick and charged. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees in seconds. I could see my breath. Then I noticed something else. A framed photo on the desk was vibrating slightly, moving a tiny bit with each click of the printer. It was a family photo from maybe 6 years ago, before the divorce. Mom, Dad, Anya and me at my university graduation. Dad had his arm around my shoulder, looking proud. As I stared at that photo, the clicking from the printer suddenly accelerated, becoming almost a continuous sound rather than distinct clicks. The lamp was now flashing erratically, bright dim, and then I felt it, this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone in the room, not in a threatening way, but like someone was standing right behind me, watching. I could almost feel breath on the back of my neck. I couldn't move. My whole body was covered in goosebumps. I just knew, that if I turned around, I would see my father standing there. But I was too scared to look. Too scared to confirm what my entire body was telling me, that something impossible was happening. The clicking reached a frenzied pace, and the lamp was now flashing like a strobe light. The air felt charged, like right before a lightning strike. And then, without warning, everything went black. Not just the lamp and the printer, the entire house, the entire street. Complete darkness, except for my phone flashlight. The sudden silence was almost as shocking as the noise had been. 1 second, chaos. The next, absolute stillness. I stood there in the dark, my breath coming in short gasps, my phone flashlight shaking in my trembling hand. The blackout seemed to extend beyond our house. Looking out the window, I could see the entire street was dark. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe seconds, maybe minutes. Then I heard my mom calling my name from her bedroom, asking what was happening. Her voice broke the spell I was under. I managed to walk out of the office, my legs feeling like jelly. Power outage, I called back, surprised at how normal my voice sounded. I'll check the breakers. But I knew this wasn't just a power outage. This was something else entirely. The electricity came back about 20 minutes later. When I gathered enough courage to go back to the office, everything was normal. The printer was in sleep mode, the lamp was off, the photo sitting perfectly still. I even checked the printer's status. No error messages, no activity log, nothing to indicate what had just happened. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat in the kitchen with a cup of tea that went cold, trying to make sense of what I'd experienced. The rational part of my brain was working overtime to find explanations. Power surge, faulty wiring, stress-induced hallucination. But deep down, I knew. The next morning, I didn't tell Mom or Anya what had happened. How could I? We were all grieving, all exhausted, and I didn't want them to think I was losing it. We went to meet the funeral director as planned. It was only when we were leaving that Anya mentioned something odd. "Did you have a power cut last night too?" she asked casually as we walked to our cars. I stopped in my tracks. "You too?" She nodded. "Around midnight. The weird thing is it was just our street. Michał, her husband, called some neighbors in the next block over, and they said their power was fine." That's when I got another chill. Anya lived about 3 kilometers from Mum's house. We weren't even on the same power grid, but both our streets had lost power at exactly the same time. Later that day, I checked with the power company. They had no record of any outages in either area that night. According to their systems, nothing had happened. In the weeks that followed, I kept waiting for the printer to act up again. It never did. Not once. I even stayed up several nights in a row, watching it, half expecting, half hoping for something to happen, but it just sat there working normally whenever we needed it. I've gone over that night in my head countless times. I've researched every possible scientific explanation, electrical anomalies, power surges, even the effects of grief on perception. Nothing fully explains what happened. What I keep coming back to is this. My father was an electrical engineer. He spent his career working with complex systems and loved to tinker with household electronics on weekends. When I was a kid, he'd always tell me that everything, absolutely everything, is just energy-changing forms. Even us, Marek, he'd say. We're just complicated patterns of energy. Was it his energy finding a way to say goodbye to both his children at the same time in a way that would make sense to us? I don't know. But sometimes when I'm printing something, I find myself watching that power light, half expecting it to start blinking again. It never does. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts. But I believe something happened that night that science can't explain. And whenever I think about it, I still get shivers down my spine. Story 12. I still get goosebumps thinking about that summer evening in 1985. My husband Tim, our 2 kids and I were driving through Tennessee on I-40, heading to visit my sister and her family in Dallas. We'd been on the road for about 8 hours that day, having started early from our home in Virginia. The kids were getting restless in the back seat. You know how it is with a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old on a long road trip. Everything was normal until about an hour outside of Nashville. The sky turned this weird greenish-gray color, and within minutes, we were caught in the most violent thunderstorm I've ever experienced. The rain came down in sheets so thick you could barely see 10 feet ahead. Lightning was striking constantly, making the whole landscape flash like some kind of bizarre strobe light. The thunder was so loud, our little Honda Civic seemed to vibrate with each boom. Tim slowed down to maybe 20 miles per hour, white-knuckling the steering wheel. Cars ahead of us had their hazards on, and everyone was crawling along. The kids were getting scared, especially when the rain started coming down even harder and hail began pinging off the roof. Maybe we should stop somewhere until this passes, I suggested, raising my voice over the storm. We're not going to make it to Memphis at this rate anyway. Tim nodded, looking relieved at the suggestion. Next exit we see, we'll pull off and find a motel. We drove for maybe another 15 minutes in that hellish storm when I spotted an exit sign. I couldn't read what it said. The rain was too heavy and it was getting dark. But at that point, any exit was good enough. Tim put on his blinker, though I doubt anyone could see it, and carefully steered onto the exit ramp. As we climbed the ramp, the strangest thing happened. The rain suddenly seemed less intense, and at the top of the ramp, we could see this incredibly bright glow through the sheets of rain. "Look, there's a gas station," Tim said, pointing to our right. And there it was, the brightest, most well-lit gas station I've ever seen. I'm talking about fluorescent lighting so intense, it created this dome of light that pushed back against the darkness of the storm. The place looked like a beacon in the night. The sign was one of those old-fashioned ones that just said gas in bright red letters. We decided to see if there was a motel nearby, so instead of pulling into the gas station, Tim turned left at the top of the ramp. The road was paved but narrow, with no streetlights. There were no buildings or other signs of civilization, just dense woods on either side. The kids had gone quiet in the back seat, which was unusual for them. "I don't think there's anything down this way," I said after we'd gone maybe half a mile. The pavement was getting rougher, with potholes that Tim had to swerve to avoid. Yeah, let's turn around, Tim agreed. But before we could find a place to turn, the paved road suddenly became gravel. Tim slowed down even more, muttering under his breath. Then, just as suddenly, the gravel gave way to dirt, and within seconds we felt the car sink. Tim pressed the gas pedal, but the wheels just spun. We were stuck in mud, right next to this large concrete storm drain that seemed completely out of place in the middle of nowhere. The drain was maybe 4 feet in diameter, sticking up from the ground like some kind of bizarre monument. "Damn it," Tim said, hitting the steering wheel in frustration. He tried rocking the car back and forth, but it only seemed to sink deeper into the mud. After about 10 minutes of futile attempts, we realized we needed help. The gas station was our only option. "I'll go," Tim said, but I didn't want him walking alone in that storm. "Let's all go," I suggested. "I don't want to sit here in the dark with the kids." So we all put on our raincoats, thank God I'd packed them, and trudged back through the mud and rain toward the gas station. The kids were crying by this point, cold and scared. I carried Emily, who was 7, while Tim held Tommy's hand. The walk felt longer than it should have. The gas station seemed to stay the same distance away no matter how long we walked, which I chalked up to the disorienting effects of the rain and darkness. But eventually we made it. Stepping inside was like entering another world. The fluorescent lights were blindingly bright after the darkness outside. The place was spotlessly clean, not a speck of mud anywhere despite the storm raging outside, and it smelled strange, not like a normal gas station with its usual mix of gasoline, coffee, and whatever heated food they served. This place smelled like aftershave and something sweet I couldn't identify. Behind the counter stood 2 young men, maybe in their early 20s. They were both wearing suits, actual suits, with ties and everything. Who wears a suit to work at a gas station? And not modern suits either. They looked like something from an old movie, with high-waisted pants and wide lapels. Their hair was slicked back with some kind of pomade that shone under the fluorescent lights. The radio was playing Elvis Presley's Heartbreak Hotel, and one of the men was tapping his fingers in time to the music on the counter. When they saw us, they both smiled simultaneously, wide, toothy grins that didn't quite reach their eyes. "Well, hello there," the taller one said with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Let me guess, you folks got stuck in the mud pit by the drain." I felt a chill run down my spine. How did he know exactly where we'd gotten stuck? Tim seemed taken aback too. Yeah, our car's stuck pretty bad. Do you have a tow service you could call?" The 2 men exchanged a glance that I couldn't interpret. Of course," the shorter one said, his voice oddly formal. "It happens all the time. That old drain catches everyone by surprise." He reached under the counter and pulled out a phone book, an actual physical phone book. It looked brand new, the pages crisp and white. He opened it to a section that had been marked with a tab. I glanced over, and what I saw made no sense. The phone book was for a place called Stillwater Township, which I'd never heard of. But what really struck me was that the section he'd opened to contained page after page of nothing but tow truck companies. There must have been 50 listings, all with similar names like Stillwater Towing and Quick Pull Towing Service. "Let's try Johnson's," the taller attendant said, pointing to one of the listings. "They're usually quick." The shorter one nodded and picked up an old rotary phone from beneath the counter. He dialed a number and spoke briefly, giving our location as the usual spot by the drain. After hanging up, he turned to us with that same unsettling smile. "They'll be here in just a few minutes. Would you folks like some coffee while you wait? On the house, of course." The kids were shivering, so I accepted the offer. The coffee came in pristine white mugs that looked like they'd never been used. It tasted off. Not bad, just not like any coffee I'd ever had. Too sweet, and with an aftertaste I couldn't identify. While we waited, I noticed a few other strange things about the place. Despite being a gas station, there were no windows except for the front door. The shelves were stocked with products I didn't recognize, all with labels that looked like they were from the 50s or 60s. And though the storm was still raging outside, we couldn't hear it at all inside the building. It was eerily quiet, except for the music. The radio kept playing Elvis songs, one after another, without any DJ or commercials. When I commented on this, the taller attendant just smiled and said, "We like to keep things classic around here." True to their word, the tow truck arrived within minutes. It pulled up outside, its headlights briefly illuminating the gas station through the glass door. The truck was an old model, maybe from the 60s, but it looked brand new. Not a speck of mud on it despite the storm and dirt road. 2 more men got out, also wearing suits similar to the gas station attendants. They came inside, bringing no mud with them despite the conditions outside. "Heard we got another one at the drain," one of them said cheerfully, as if retrieving stuck vehicles was the highlight of his day. Tim went with them to show them where our car was, while I stayed in the gas station with the kids. The attendants made small talk, asking where we were from and where we were headed, but something about their questions felt rehearsed, like they were reading from a script. When Tim returned with the tow truck guys about 20 minutes later, he looked relieved but confused. "Car's all set," he said to me quietly, "but these guys are weird as hell." He explained that they'd pulled our car out effortlessly, as if it hadn't been stuck at all, and the whole time they kept commenting on how we'd almost made it past the drain on our own, saying things like, "No one's ever gotten that far before," and "You folks nearly escaped the mud pit all by yourselves." When Tim tried to pay them, they refused to take his money, saying it was all part of the service. As we were preparing to leave, all 4 men, the gas station attendants and the tow truck drivers, gathered by the door. The taller attendant said, "You folks really should consider staying at the hotel across the road. It's getting awful late and the storm isn't letting up." I looked out through the glass door, but couldn't see any hotel, just darkness and rain. "What hotel?" I asked. "Why, the Stillwater Inn," he replied, as if it were obvious. "It's just across the way there, can't miss it. They've always got vacancies." Something in his tone made my skin crawl. The way he said, "always got vacancies," sounded almost like a threat. "Thanks, but we'll try to make it to the next town," Tim said firmly. The 4 men exchanged glances again, and I swear I saw something like disappointment in their eyes. "Suit yourselves," the shorter attendant said, his smile now looking forced. "But folks around here know better than to drive in weather like this." We thanked them again and hurried back to our car, which was indeed freed from the mud and somehow looked clean despite its ordeal. As we drove away, I looked in the side mirror and saw all 4 men standing in front of the gas station, watching us leave. We got back to the interstate as quickly as possible and drove for another hour before stopping at a normal modern motel in a well-lit town. Neither of us mentioned the strange encounter until the next morning when Tim asked if I'd noticed anything odd about the gas station. "Everything about it was odd," I replied. On our return trip a week later, we specifically looked for that exit. It was broad daylight, no storm this time. We knew approximately where it should be, based on how far we'd been from Nashville when we exited, but there was nothing there. We drove slowly, checking every exit between Nashville and where we thought we'd turned off. None of them matched what we'd experienced. There was no exit that led to a rural road with a gas station. No Stillwater Township on any map we checked. That was 35 years ago, and I've never figured out what happened that night. Sometimes I wonder if we all hallucinated the same thing due to stress and the storm. But then I remember the taste of that coffee, the smell of that place, and the way those 4 men watched us drive away, like they were disappointed we'd escaped. I still avoid driving on I-40 during storms, and I never, ever pull off at unmarked exits. Story 13. I've never told this story outside of my family, but it's been over a decade now, and I still get chills thinking about it. I was 12 when it happened, old enough to know what I saw, but young enough that adults might dismiss it as imagination. Except my dad saw it too, and that's what makes this whole thing impossible to explain away. My family was going through hell at the time. My parents' marriage had been crumbling for months, with constant fighting that kept me up at night. Then came the accident. Dad was driving home from work when a drunk driver ran a red light and T-boned his car. The impact was so severe that he suffered a traumatic brain injury. For a while, we weren't sure if he'd make it. When he finally came home from the hospital, he wasn't the same person. His personality changed. He'd get angry over nothing, then cry for no reason. He couldn't work anymore. Mum tried to keep things together, but it was too much. Within 2 months of the accident, they decided to separate. We couldn't afford our house in New York anymore, so Mom, Dad and I moved to a small apartment in Marietta, Georgia. It was all we could afford, and Mom thought the warmer weather might help Dad's recovery. The apartment was tiny, just 1 bedroom, a bathroom, a kitchen and a living room. My parents took the bedroom and I slept on a pull-out couch in the living room. The first few weeks were hard. Dad would wake up screaming from nightmares. Mom was working 2 jobs to keep us afloat. I was the new kid at school, and making friends wasn't easy. The apartment always felt stuffy, like the air was too thick to breathe properly. It was about a month after we moved in when it happened. It was a Tuesday night in October, I remember, because I had a math test the next day. Mum was working the late shift at the diner, and Dad was watching TV in the living room. I was trying to study, but the TV was too loud, and Dad got upset when I asked him to turn it down. His mood swings were unpredictable back then. I was exhausted from not sleeping well for days. The pull-out couch was uncomfortable, and I could hear every car that drove by our first-floor apartment. I decided to lie down in my parents' bed until Dad was done watching his shows. Their bedroom was at the end of a short hallway. It wasn't anything special, just a queen-sized bed, 2 nightstands and a walk-in closet. The bathroom was connected to the bedroom, and the light from there cast a dim glow into the room. I didn't turn on the bedroom light because my head was hurting, and I just wanted to rest my eyes for a bit. I remember lying on my back, staring at the ceiling. The walk-in closet door was open, as it always was. Mum never closed it because the latch was broken, and it would get stuck. From where I was lying, I could see into the dark closet. The bathroom light didn't reach that far into it, so it was just a black rectangle from my perspective. I was almost drifting off when something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just my tired eyes playing tricks on me, but then I saw it clearly, a figure in the closet, darker than the surrounding darkness. It wasn't just a shadow cast by clothes or boxes. This was something else entirely. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, with broad shoulders. It was completely black, not just dark, but an absence of light that seemed to swallow any illumination that came near it. It had no face, just a blank space where a face should be. It appeared to be wearing what looked like a trench coat and an old-fashioned hat, like those gangsters wore in the 20s. The weirdest part was that it had no feet. It just sort of ended, about 6 inches from the floor. I froze. I couldn't even blink. The figure wasn't standing still. It was swaying, moving from left to right and back again in a slow, unnatural way. It didn't move like a person would move. It was more like watching seaweed sway underwater, but vertical and controlled. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. I just lay there, paralyzed, watching this thing watching me. Then it started moving forward, out of the closet. It didn't walk. It glided, smooth and silent. That's when I finally managed to move. I scrambled off the bed and ran out of the room, almost tripping over my own feet. Dad was still sitting on the couch, his eyes fixed on the TV. I stood there breathing hard, trying to find the words to explain what I'd seen. But before I could say anything, Dad looked up at me with an expression I'll never forget, a mix of fear and resignation. "I know," he said. "I see it too." Those words hit me like a bucket of ice water. This wasn't in my head. Dad could see it too. "What is it?" I whispered, afraid to look back toward the bedroom. Dad shook his head slowly. "I don't know, but it's been showing up for weeks." Weeks? Dad had been seeing this thing for weeks and hadn't said anything. I felt sick to my stomach. "It doesn't do anything," Dad continued, his voice unnaturally calm. "It just watches." I couldn't believe how matter-of-factly he was talking about this. Later, I realized it was probably the brain injury. It had affected how he responded to fear, or maybe he was just trying to keep me calm. "Should we call Mom?" I asked, my voice shaking. "No," Dad said firmly. "She has enough to worry about." We sat there in silence, both of us staring at the hallway that led to the bedroom. I couldn't see the figure from where we were sitting, but I knew it was still there. I could feel it like a heaviness in the air. After what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, Dad stood up. "Stay here," he said. "No, don't go in there." I grabbed his arm, but he gently removed my hand. "It's okay," he said. "It's not going to hurt us. If it wanted to, it would have by now." I watched, terrified, as Dad walked slowly down the hallway and into the bedroom. I heard him talking, though I couldn't make out what he was saying. His voice was steady, almost conversational. After a few minutes, he came back out. "It's gone," he said. I didn't believe him. I didn't want to go back into that room, but I also didn't want to sleep on the couch with my back to the hallway. Dad must have seen the fear on my face, because he made up a bed for me on the floor of the living room, positioned so I could see the TV and not the hallway. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure swaying in the closet. When Mum came home around 2 in the morning, Dad told her I'd had a nightmare and didn't want to sleep alone. She was too tired to question it. The next morning, I was convinced it had been some kind of shared hallucination. Maybe there was a gas leak in the apartment, or maybe Dad's medication was affecting both of us somehow. But deep down, I knew what we'd seen was real. A few days later, when Mom was at work, I finally got up the courage to ask Dad about it again. "What was that thing in the closet?" I asked. Dad sighed deeply. "I don't know for sure," he said, "but I think it might be connected to what happened to me." "The accident?" I asked. He nodded. "I saw it before the accident too. About a week before, it was standing at the foot of our bed in the old house. I thought I was dreaming, but..." He trailed off, lost in the memory. "You think it caused the accident?" The idea made my blood run cold. "No," Dad said. "I think it was trying to warn me, or maybe it just knows when bad things are going to happen." We didn't talk about it again after that, not for a long time. But the figure came back, again and again, always at night, always in that bedroom, sometimes in the closet, sometimes by the window, sometimes just standing in a corner. Dad could always see it too, which was both comforting and terrifying. We never told Mom. She had enough stress dealing with our financial problems and Dad's health issues. But one night, about 2 months after the first sighting, my grandmother came to visit. She was staying in the bedroom while my parents took the pull-out couch, and I slept on an air mattress. In the middle of the night, Grandma came out of the bedroom, white as a sheet. She didn't say anything, just sat at the kitchen table with a glass of water, her hands shaking. The next morning she pulled Dad aside, and I overheard them talking. "You've seen it too, haven't you?" she asked him. Dad didn't answer right away, but his silence was confirmation enough. "It runs in the family," Grandma said. "Your great-grandfather saw it before he shipped out to World War I. Your aunt saw it before her husband died. Some people say it's a curse, but I think it's a warning." "A warning of what?" Dad asked. "Of change," she said. "Not always bad change, but big change, the kind that reshapes your life." When Grandma left, Dad started researching. He looked up shadow people, spirits, omens, anything that might explain what we were seeing. He even contacted a local paranormal investigation group, though he never followed through with having them come to the apartment. Mom's sister had a different theory when she visited for Thanksgiving. She thought the shadow figure was a manifestation of the trauma and darkness our family had experienced. "It's your subconscious trying to process what happened," she told Dad. "Both of you are picking up on each other's fears." But that didn't explain why Grandma had seen it too, or why Dad had seen it before the accident, when his brain was still intact. The last time I saw the figure was about 6 months after the first encounter. By then, we'd almost gotten used to its presence. It was still terrifying, but in a familiar way. That night it seemed different, more solid somehow, less like a shadow and more like a void shaped like a person. Dad noticed it too. Without saying anything, he went to the bookshelf and pulled out an old Bible that had belonged to his father. He opened it to the book of Revelation and started reading out loud. I don't remember the exact verses, but they were about darkness and light, about facing fear with faith. As he read, the figure seemed to shrink, to lose its solidity. By the time Dad finished reading, it was gone, not just gone from the room, but gone in a way that felt permanent. The heaviness in the air lifted, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe properly. We never saw the shadow figure again after that night. A few weeks later, Dad started showing real improvement in his recovery. Within a year, my parents reconciled and we moved to a small house on the outskirts of town. Dad found a part-time job he could manage, and Mom was able to cut back to just one job. To this day, I don't know what that shadow figure was. A ghost, a demon, a manifestation of our fears, a warning of changes to come, whatever it was real. Both my father and I saw it, and so did my grandmother. And whatever its purpose was, it seemed to leave once that purpose was fulfilled. I've researched shadow people extensively since then, and our experience matches many others' accounts, but no scientific explanation has ever satisfied me. Some things just defy explanation, I guess. All I know for sure is that for 6 months of my life, I shared an apartment with something not of this world. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still check the closet before turning out the light. Story 14. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Growing up, I rolled my eyes at my friends' Ouija board sessions and laughed off the urban legends that circulated around our small town of Millbrook. But after what happened to me at the old Lancaster building, I don't laugh anymore. I started working at Thompson's print shop back in 2007. It was just supposed to be a temporary job while I figured out what I wanted to do with my life, but small towns have a way of keeping you. Before I knew it, nearly a decade had passed, and I was still there, managing the shop's day-to-day operations. The building itself was this beautiful old 2-story brick structure right on the town square. It had these huge windows with wooden frames painted a deep green, and inside, the original hardwood floors creaked with every step. My office was upstairs, just at the top of this grand wooden staircase that curved slightly as it rose from the main floor. From the beginning, there was something off about the place. Nothing I could really put my finger on at first. Just little things that made the hair on my arms stand up. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain spots. Items would disappear and reappear in different places. The old printer would start running in the middle of the night. We knew because we'd come in to find completed jobs that no one had initiated. Mr. Thompson, my boss, would just shrug it off. Old building, old wiring, he'd say, but I knew it was more than that. My office overlooked that staircase I mentioned. There was a large window in my door, and through it I could see anyone coming up. That's where I first started noticing the shadows. They would appear around mid-afternoon, usually between 3 and 4, a dark silhouette moving up the stairs and then rounding the corner toward what used to be a storage room. At first, I assumed it was just customers or my co-workers, but when I'd check, there was never anyone there. After about 6 months of this, I worked up the courage to ask the others if they'd seen anything similar. "Oh yeah," said Diane, who'd been there longer than anyone. "We all see it. That's just part of working here." She said it so casually, like she was talking about the temperamental copy machine or the wonky thermostat. "Does it bother you?" I asked her. She just smiled. "Honey, whoever it is, they were here long before us and will be here long after. They don't mean any harm." I tried to adopt her attitude, but it wasn't easy. Every time I caught that shadow from the corner of my eye, my heart would race. I started keeping my office door closed, but somehow that was worse, knowing it might be there but not being able to see it. We knew very little about the building's history back then. Town records showed it had been a restaurant in the 70s, and before that, a doctor's office for many years. That's all we had to go on. Mr. Thompson wasn't interested in digging deeper, and honestly, I wasn't sure I wanted to know either. Over the years, the occurrences became more frequent. The bell above the front door would ring when no one entered. Footsteps would echo from the empty second floor when everyone had gone home. One morning I came in to find all the chairs in the waiting area arranged in a perfect circle. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened that day in 2015. It was a Tuesday in October. I remember, because we were rushing to finish some Halloween flyers for the elementary school. Everyone else had left for the day, and I was working late to get the job done. The sun had set, and the only light came from my desk lamp and the glow of my computer screen. I was heading downstairs to grab some orange cardstock from the supply room when it happened. As I approached the handrail at the top of the stairs, I glanced down and froze. There, hovering about halfway up the staircase, was a face. Not a shadow, not a trick of the light. A face. An elderly man, round-faced and completely bald, with these prominent ears that stuck out on either side. He wore wire-rimmed glasses that magnified his pale blue eyes, which were wide with what I can only describe as utter confusion. It was like he was just as shocked to see me as I was to see him. The face wasn't attached to a body. It was just there, floating above the stairs, illuminated by some light source I couldn't identify. I could see every detail, the liver spots on his scalp, the deep creases around his mouth, even the slight stubble on his chin. We locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. My body went ice cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. And then, when I finally did blink, he was gone. I didn't finish the flyers that night. I didn't even turn off my computer. I grabbed my purse and ran out of that building so fast, I nearly fell down those same stairs. I sat in my car for almost 20 minutes, shaking, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't face going back there. When I finally returned 2 days later, I avoided the staircase as much as possible, taking the rarely used backstairs instead. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. Who would believe me? A disembodied face floating on the staircase. They'd think I was losing my mind. But I knew what I'd seen. And in the weeks that followed, I became hyper-aware of every little thing, every creak, every shadow, every unexplained cold spot. I started looking into the building's history on my own, spending lunch breaks at the local library, sifting through microfiche of old newspapers and town records. I didn't find much, just mentions of the restaurant that had been there in the 70s and 80s, called the Square Table, and before that, references to a medical practice. There were no photos, no names that stood out. It felt like hitting a dead end. As time passed, I convinced myself to let it go. Maybe it had been a hallucination, a result of working too many late nights. Maybe my eyes had played tricks on me in the dim light. The shadow figure still appeared occasionally on the stairs, but I never saw the face again. In 2016, Mr. Thompson decided to retire and close the print shop. The building stood empty for a few months before a new business moved in, a quilting shop called Stitches in Time, run by a couple named Elaine and Roger Miller. I didn't have any reason to go back there until last year. My sister needed some quilting supplies, and since I was in town visiting, I offered to pick them up. Walking into that building after so long away sent a chill down my spine. They'd renovated, of course. Bright lighting, new paint, displays of colorful fabrics everywhere, but underneath it all, it was still the same place. I was at the checkout counter when Elaine recognized me. "You used to work at the print shop, right?" she asked as she rang up my purchases. I nodded, surprised she knew that. "How are you finding the building?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Any unusual occurrences?" Something in my tone must have given me away because her eyes lit up. "Oh my goodness, you've seen things too," she exclaimed. "Roger thought I was imagining it all." For the next hour we traded stories, the footsteps, the moving objects, the shadows on the stairs. She'd experienced it all. But unlike me and Mr. Thompson, Elaine and Roger had been fascinated by the building's history. They'd made it their mission to uncover everything they could. "We found some amazing things," she said, practically buzzing with excitement. "Come see what we put up by the staircase." She led me to the base of those familiar stairs, the very spot where I'd seen that floating face years before. They'd created a small historical display with framed photographs and newspaper clippings. The building was constructed in 1892 by Dr. James Lancaster, she explained. He ran a general practice here until his death in 1927. Then his son, Augustus, everyone called him Gus, took over. Dr. Gus Lancaster practiced medicine here until the early 60s. I was barely listening as my eyes scanned the display, then stopped dead on one particular photograph. It was a black and white portrait of an elderly man, round-faced, completely bald, with prominent ears and wire-rimmed glasses. The placard beneath it read, "Dr. Augustus Gus Lancaster, circa 1955. My blood ran cold. It was him. The face I'd seen on the staircase, every detail exactly as I remembered. "That's him," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "What?" Elaine asked. I pointed with a shaking finger. "That man. I saw him, right there, on the stairs." I told her everything, the floating face, the confused expression, those pale blue eyes locking with mine. As I spoke, Elaine's own eyes grew wider. "Jamie," she said slowly, "according to our research, Dr. Gus was known for standing at the top of these stairs every morning, greeting his patients as they came up. And after he retired, people said he would still come to the building, confused about why his practice wasn't running anymore. He died in 1968, but the restaurant owners in the 70s reported seeing an elderly man on the staircase who would vanish when approached." I felt lightheaded. The portrait hung exactly where I'd seen his face hovering years before. "There's more," Elaine continued. "We found his old appointment book in the attic. The last entry, dated just before his retirement, says, 'Must check on the Thompson case next week.' Thompson, the same name as my former boss. Mr. Thompson never mentioned any connection to the building's history," I said. "Maybe he didn't know," Elaine suggested. "Or maybe—" She didn't finish the thought. She didn't have to. Since that day, I've done more research. It turns out Mr. Thompson's grandfather had been one of Dr. Gus's patients. The connection was there all along, though I don't know if my boss ever knew it. I still drive by the old Lancaster building sometimes, slowing down to look at those green-framed windows, and sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I can see a round face peering out from the second floor, wearing that same confused expression, still trying to make sense of a world that's moved on without him. I don't know why he showed himself to me that day. I don't know if I'll ever see him again. But I do know one thing. Dr. Gus Lancaster is still making his rounds in that old building, still checking on his patients, still confused about where everyone has gone. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and hear an unexplained creak or feel a sudden chill, I wonder if he's followed me home, still trying to solve the puzzle of how everything changed, or perhaps checking up on the Thompson case one last time. Story 15. I still can't believe what happened to me 3 nights ago. My hands are shaking as I type this. I need to share this with someone, anyone, because I haven't been able to sleep properly since then, and I'm terrified of what might happen if I do. It was around 11:30 at night when I left my friend's apartment in Bridgeport. We'd been having dinner and watching movies, and I completely lost track of time. I live across town, and I'd usually take an Uber, but my phone battery had died about an hour earlier. My friend offered to let me stay over, but I had an important meeting early the next morning, and all my stuff was at my place. "I'll just grab a taxi," I told her. "They're always driving around downtown." She looked concerned. "Megan, it's late. Are you sure?" I brushed off her worry with a smile. "It's fine. I'll text you when I get home." Except I couldn't text her with a dead phone, and she knew it. She made me promise to call her landline when I got home. I agreed, just to ease her mind, and headed out. The moment I stepped outside, I regretted my decision. The streets were unnervingly quiet. Bridgeport isn't exactly known for its safety, especially at night, and the part of town I was in was mostly commercial buildings that were all closed at this hour. The street lights seemed dimmer than usual, casting weird yellow pools of light that barely penetrated the darkness between them. I started walking toward the main avenue, figuring I'd have better luck finding a taxi there. The clicking of my boots against the pavement echoed off the buildings, making it sound like someone was following me. I kept glancing back, but there was never anyone there. After about 15 minutes of walking, I realized I'd made a wrong turn somewhere. None of the streets looked familiar anymore. The buildings loomed over me like silent watchers, and the few streetlights that worked cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to reach for me. My heart was pounding. I was completely lost in a bad neighborhood with a dead phone in the middle of the night. I considered knocking on someone's door to ask for directions, but most of the buildings looked abandoned, their windows dark and empty. Just when I was about to full-on panic, I spotted headlights approaching. A yellow taxi crawled down the street, its roof light illuminated. Relief flooded through me. I waved frantically, probably looking like a madwoman, but I didn't care. The taxi slowed and pulled over to the curb. I yanked the door open and practically threw myself inside, grateful to be off the street. "Thank you so much," I breathed. I thought I was going to be stuck out here all night. That's when I noticed the smell. It was like old meat left out in the sun, mixed with something chemical. I tried to breathe through my mouth as I settled into the seat, but I could almost taste it. The driver didn't respond or turn around. All I could see in the rearview mirror was a pair of deeply sunken eyes in a gaunt face. His skin looked jaundiced in the yellow glow from the dashboard, and wisps of thin white hair stuck out at odd angles from his scalp. "Where are we going?" he finally asked, and my stomach dropped. His voice was all wrong, too deep, too hollow, like it was coming from somewhere else and just using his mouth as an exit. It had this weird vibrating quality, like when you talk into a fan. I hesitated for a second, suddenly reluctant to give this stranger my address. But what choice did I have? I was lost, it was late, and I needed to get home. 37 Oakwood Drive, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Near the community college. His eyes met mine in the rearview mirror, and he smiled. God, that smile. His lips stretched way too wide, revealing yellow teeth that looked sharp in the dim light. I immediately looked away, a chill running down my spine. The taxi pulled away from the curb. I expected him to head toward the main road, but instead, he turned down an even narrower street. The buildings on either side seemed to press in on us, blocking out what little moonlight there was. I think the fastest way is to go down Maple Avenue, I suggested, trying to sound casual. He didn't respond, just kept driving, taking turn after turn into increasingly unfamiliar territory. "Excuse me," I said, louder this time. "I think you're going the wrong way." Still nothing, just that awful smile in the mirror whenever I looked up. The street signs stopped making sense. We passed through neighborhoods I'd never seen before, even though I've lived in this city for 5 years. The buildings got more run down, more abandoned. Some streets had no lights at all, and the taxi's headlights barely cut through the darkness. I tried to track our route on the buildings we passed, but everything looked wrong. A church with boarded-up windows, a playground with rusted equipment that creaked in the wind, a row of identical houses with no lights and no house numbers. Panic started to bubble up inside me. I reached for my phone before remembering it was dead. "Look, I really need to get home. My family is waiting for me." It was a lie. I live alone, but I wanted him to think someone would miss me. The driver's eyes flicked to the mirror again. "Family," he repeated, in that horrible voice. "No family waiting, no one waiting for you." My blood ran cold. How could he know that? I hadn't told him anything about myself. I tried the door handle, thinking I'd rather take my chances on foot, even if I was lost. It wouldn't budge. I tried the other door, same result. The child locks were engaged. "Please stop the car," I said, no longer trying to hide my fear. "I want to get out." He laughed, a dry, rattling sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "Not yet," he said. "Not quite yet." We were speeding now, the taxi's engine whining as we flew down empty streets. The world outside became a blur of darkness and occasional flashes of light. I couldn't tell how long we'd been driving, 20 minutes, an hour. My watch had stopped at 11:45. Suddenly the car jerked to a halt. We were in an empty parking lot surrounded by abandoned warehouses. The taxi's headlights illuminated a crumbling concrete wall, covered in graffiti. No streetlights here. No other cars, nothing but darkness beyond the reach of the headlights. The driver turned around for the first time, and I had to stifle a scream. Up close, his face was worse than I'd imagined. His skin was stretched tight over his skull, yellowish-gray and waxy-looking. His eyes were so deeply sunken that they looked like black holes. And that smile, that terrible smile, seemed to split his face in half. "We're here," he said, his voice somehow coming from everywhere at once. "Where is here?" I whispered, pressing myself against the door, as far from him as possible. "Where you need to be," he replied. Then he got out of the car. I watched him walk around the front of the taxi, his movements jerky and unnatural, like someone doing a bad impression of walking. When the headlights hit him, his shadow stretched impossibly long behind him. That's when I noticed the back door on my side was now unlocked. I didn't hesitate. I threw it open and ran. I don't know where I found the strength, but I sprinted across that parking lot like my life depended on it, because I was certain it did. I could hear him behind me, not running but moving fast, a weird shuffling sound accompanied by something that might have been laughter. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The driver, if that's what he had ever been, was changing. His body was elongating, limbs stretching and twisting at impossible angles. His skin split in places, revealing something dark and glistening underneath. And he was getting taller, growing before my eyes, until he towered at least 10 feet high. His face was the worst part. It had split along his smile line, the top half tilting back like a hood, while the bottom jaw dangled down to what used to be his chest. Between them was a mass of writhing, glistening tissue that pulsated with each movement. I screamed then, a raw, primal sound that tore at my throat. I ran harder, my lungs burning, legs pumping, heading for a gap between 2 warehouses. If I could just make it through there. Maybe I could lose him in the maze of buildings beyond. I didn't make it. Something snagged my ankle, something cold and strong that wrapped around it like a vice. I fell hard, the concrete scraping my palms and knees. Before I could get up, I was being dragged backward, my nails breaking as I clawed desperately at the ground. I was lifted into the air, dangling upside down. The creature held me with one grotesquely elongated arm, its clawed hand wrapped around my ankle. Its other limbs were bent at impossible angles, some touching the ground while others reached toward the sky. It brought me close to what remained of its face. The smell was overwhelming, decay and chemicals and something metallic like blood. I went limp with terror, unable to scream, unable to fight. "You'll never escape me," it whispered, its voice now a chorus of discordant tones that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my skull. "It's the second time you've dreamed of me. Third time you won't wake up." Second time. What was it talking about? I'd never seen this thing before, never had this nightmare before. I would remember something like this. But even as I denied it, memories started flooding back. A dream from weeks ago, running through dark streets, being chased by something I couldn't see but knew was there, waking up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, but forgetting the details almost immediately. The creature must have sensed my realization. It made a sound like dozens of people sighing at once. "You remember now," it said. "Good." I felt its breath on my face, hot and rancid like meat rotting in summer heat. The boundaries between dream and reality seemed to blur. Was I actually hanging upside down in an abandoned parking lot? Or was I thrashing in my bed, trapped in a nightmare? I closed my eyes tight and concentrated with everything I had. "Wake up, Megan. Wake up." And suddenly, I was sitting bolt upright in my bed, screaming. My sheets were soaked with sweat, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. My bedside clock read 3:17 in the morning. Just a dream. It was just a dream. Except, I don't remember going to bed that night. I don't remember leaving my friend's apartment or getting home. The last clear memory I have is deciding to leave because my phone was dead. It's been 3 days, and I haven't slept more than an hour at a time. Every time I start to drift off, I jerk awake, terrified of what or who might be waiting for me in my dreams. My friend says I called her landline that night, just after midnight, to tell her I got home safe. But I don't remember making that call. I don't remember anything except the taxi and what came after. I've been researching sleep paralysis and night terrors, trying to convince myself that's all this was. But I know deep down it was something else. Something worse. Tonight will be the third night since it happened. I'm fighting to stay awake, drinking coffee after coffee, but I know I can't hold out forever. My eyes are so heavy, and sometimes I catch myself starting to nod off. I keep thinking about what it said. Third time you won't wake up. I'm afraid to find out if it was telling the truth. Story 16. I've never been a particularly superstitious person. Growing up, I rolled my eyes at ghost stories and thought people who believed in the paranormal were just looking for patterns in random events. My mum was always into that kind of stuff. Tarot cards, crystal healing, sage cleansing, and I'd tease her mercilessly about it. "Where's the evidence, Mum?" I'd ask, and she'd just smile and say, "Not everything needs proof to be real, Marina. This happened last year when I was 17. I'm still trying to make sense of it, honestly. It was a Friday night in October, and my parents had gone to visit my grandma in the next town over. They'd be back Sunday evening, so I had the house to myself for the weekend. Our house is pretty close to the water in Seabrook. We can hear the waves on stormy nights. After they left, I made some ramen and settled in for a night of browsing the internet. I'm not even sure how I ended up in that rabbit hole, but I stumbled onto this forum about hidden messages in vinyl records. You know, the whole play it backwards thing. People were posting audio clips of songs that supposedly contained demonic messages or voices from beyond when played in reverse. I thought it was hilarious. Some of the messages were so clearly just garbled nonsense that people were projecting meaning onto. But I kept watching the videos anyway, laughing at how seriously people in the comments were taking it. There was this one record in particular that kept coming up. Some obscure 70s band I'd never heard of. The forum was obsessed with it. People claimed if you played it backwards at exactly midnight, you could hear voices giving specific instructions. Complete bullshit, obviously. I must have been about 4 hours deep into this stuff when it happened. It was around 11:30 at night, and I was listening to a particularly creepy reversed audio clip through my headphones. The lights flickered once, twice, and then everything went black. My laptop switched to battery power, but the Wi-Fi was out. The timing was unsettling. I'm not gonna lie, I felt a chill run down my spine, but I immediately told myself not to be stupid. Power outages happen. It was just a coincidence that it happened while I was watching videos about creepy backwards messages. I used my phone flashlight to find my way to the fuse box in the basement. The main circuit breaker had tripped. I flipped it back on, and the lights came back for about 3 seconds before everything went dark again. I tried a few more times with the same result, flipped the switch, lights on, then immediately off again. After the 5th attempt, I gave up. The air in the basement felt wrong, like it was heavier somehow. I felt like something was watching me, which I know sounds completely ridiculous. I told myself it was just because the basement is creepy at the best of times, let alone in the dark. I went back upstairs, grabbed some candles from the kitchen drawer, and set them up in my bedroom. I was annoyed more than anything. No power meant no internet, which meant a boring weekend alone. I tried to read for a while by candlelight, but I kept getting distracted by small noises from around the house. The kind you never notice when there's power and background noise. Eventually, I blew out the candles and tried to sleep. It took forever to drift off. And when I did, I had these weird, fragmented dreams about scratching sounds and whispering voices. The next day, I called an electrician, but being Saturday, nobody could come out until Monday. Great. I spent most of the day at my friend's house, not wanting to be in my powerless home, and only went back when it started getting dark. As I was getting ready for another night by candlelight, I suddenly remembered something. There was a hot plate we sometimes used for summer barbecues on the balcony off my parents' bedroom. Mom had used it last weekend and mentioned she'd left it plugged in to dry after washing it. I wondered if maybe that was causing a short circuit somewhere. I went upstairs to check. The sliding door to the balcony was stiff, and it took some effort to push it open. As soon as I stepped out, I noticed something strange. There was a cat sitting in the corner, a scrawny calico with patchy fur. I recognized her as one of the strays that sometimes wandered through our yard. She'd been pregnant earlier in the summer, but now her belly was flat. She must have had her kittens somewhere. The weird thing was how she was positioned. She was sitting with her back to me, facing the corner of the balcony. Her fur was standing on end, and she was making this low, continuous hissing sound. I followed her gaze, but couldn't see anything unusual in the corner, just the railing and the wall. "Hey, Kitty," I said softly, moving towards the hot plate that was indeed still plugged in. The cat didn't acknowledge me at all. She just kept hissing at the empty corner, occasionally letting out a low growl. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. The temperature on the balcony seemed to drop suddenly, and I could see my breath in the air. October in Seabrook gets cold, but not this cold, not this suddenly. I quickly unplugged the hot plate and backed away towards the door. The cat still hadn't moved. She seemed protective somehow, like she was standing guard. Against what, I had no idea, and I didn't want to find out. Back inside, I tried the fuse box again. The main switch stayed on this time, and the lights flickered back to life throughout the house. Relief washed over me. It must have been the hot plate after all. Just a simple electrical issue, nothing supernatural. I went to bed feeling much better. The heat came back on, and I could use my laptop again. I deliberately avoided looking up any more of those backwards message videos. Once was enough for me. The next morning, I was surprised to see the calico cat sitting on our front porch. When I opened the door, she darted inside without hesitation. I wasn't sure what to do. My parents weren't pet people, but they wouldn't be home until evening. I put out some tuna and water, which she devoured. The strange thing was how she kept patrolling the house. She'd walk from room to room, occasionally stopping to stare intently at empty corners or spaces. Her behavior was methodical, almost like she was checking for something. That night, the power went out again. Same as before. I'd try the fuse box. It would come on for a few seconds, then trip again. The cat became extremely agitated, racing up to my parents' room and out onto the balcony. When I followed her, she was in the exact same position as the night before, back to me, facing the corner, hissing violently. This time, though, I felt something. It's hard to describe, like the air in that corner was distorted somehow, not visibly, but I could sense a kind of presence there. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I felt a deep, instinctual urge to back away. The cat never moved from her position, continuing to hiss and growl. I backed into the house and closed the balcony door. Through the glass, I could still see her standing guard. My parents came home that evening and called an electrician first thing Monday. He found a fault in the wiring near the balcony that was causing the power issues. Could have caused a fire, he said, looking concerned. Lucky you caught it when you did. The cat stayed with us for almost a week after that. My parents weren't thrilled, but they let her stay when I explained how she'd alerted me to the balcony. Then, one morning, she was simply gone. Disappeared as mysteriously as she'd appeared. Life went back to normal. I even managed to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole presence thing. The power issue had a perfectly rational explanation after all. I went back to being my skeptical self, until 6 months later. It was April, a rainy Friday night. My parents were away again, this time at a wedding. I was bored and browsing online when I somehow ended up on that same forum again. I don't even remember how I got there. Before I knew it, I was watching those backwards message videos again, telling myself it was just for laughs. Right around midnight, the power went out. My blood ran cold. No way. No fucking way. This was happening again. I tried the fuse box. Same result as before. On, then immediately off. The electrician had fixed everything months ago. There shouldn't be any issues. As I stood in the dark basement, that same heavy feeling returned. Something was there with me. I couldn't see it or hear it, but I could feel it. I ran upstairs, heart pounding. When I reached the living room, I stopped dead in my tracks. The calico cat was sitting in the middle of the floor. The same cat, I was sure of it. She had the same distinctive patch of orange over one eye. She meowed once, then trotted upstairs. I followed her, not knowing what else to do. She led me straight to the balcony door. This time when I opened it, she walked out calmly. No hissing, no raised fur. She simply sat in the center of the balcony and looked at me, then at the corner where she'd been hissing months before. The corner was empty. The air felt normal. No distortion, no presence, no unexplained cold spots. After a few minutes, the cat stood up and rubbed against my legs, purring. I went back to the fuse box, and this time when I flipped the switch, the power stayed on. The cat stayed with me that night, curled up at the foot of my bed. In the morning, she was gone again. I haven't seen her since. I know how this sounds. Believe me, I do. If someone had told me this story a year ago, I would have laughed and come up with a dozen rational explanations. Maybe I still should, but I can't shake the feeling that something was drawn to our house when I was watching those videos, something that caused the power failures, something that the cat could see when I couldn't. And somehow, that cat protected me from whatever it was. The second time she came back to make sure it was gone, to let me know I was safe. I don't watch those videos anymore. I'm not taking any chances. And every time I see a stray cat in our neighborhood, I put out a little bowl of food, just in case. Story 17. I'm still struggling to understand what's happening in our house. It's been 13 years now, and I'm convinced this isn't just my imagination anymore. Too many people have experienced things, and I can't keep pretending it's all coincidence. It started about a month after we moved in. I was lying in bed, just trying to fall asleep. It was around 11 at night and everyone else was already asleep. Our new house in Springfield was supposed to be our fresh start. Nothing fancy, just a modest 2-story with 3 bedrooms. My room was upstairs, across from my parents'. That first night, I was staring at the ceiling when I heard it. A voice, right above me, not like it was coming from the attic or anything. We don't even have an attic, but like someone was floating directly above my bed. It wasn't speaking English, just this gibberish. But the tone, it wasn't friendly, it sounded evil, threatening. My entire body froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It lasted maybe 10 seconds before it stopped. I stayed awake until sunrise, terrified it would come back. I didn't tell my parents. What was I supposed to say? Hey, there's an evil ghost speaking demon language above my bed. They'd think I was making it up for attention or something. So I kept quiet, tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. But then, about a year later, my mom mentioned something over breakfast. She asked if I'd ever heard strange noises in the house at night. I felt my stomach drop. I asked her what she meant, and she told me that the night before, while Dad was sleeping beside her, she heard noises coming from the corner of their bedroom. Then she heard this laugh. She described it as demonic. From that same corner, she said it was so clear, so distinct, she thought someone had broken in. She woke my dad up, but by then, whatever it was had stopped. That's when I finally told her about what I'd heard that night. We both sat there, kind of shocked, not knowing what to make of it all. Dad, everyone calls him Bob, overheard us and admitted something too. He said sometimes when he's the only one home, he hears the computer chair downstairs moving by itself, like rolling back and forth. He said he'd run downstairs multiple times thinking someone was in the house, but the chair would just be sitting there, empty, like nothing happened. Mom got this weird look on her face and said she'd heard that too, multiple times. We have this old office chair in the basement where our computer is. It's one of those rolling ones that makes a distinct sound against the linoleum floor. She said sometimes she'd be upstairs alone and she'd hear it rolling around, hitting against the wall, then rolling again. We tried to blame it on our cat at first, but she's this tiny 5-pound thing. There's no way she could move that heavy chair with enough force to make it roll back and forth like that. And besides, half the time these things happened, she was upstairs with one of us. Over the years, it's just gotten worse. Mom's heard someone call Mom directly in her ear at least 3 times while walking upstairs. I've heard it too, once. It sounds exactly like my voice, but I wasn't even home when she heard it. The first time it happened, she thought I was playing a trick on her, hiding somewhere. She searched the entire house, calling my name, but I was at school. When I got home, she was white as a sheet. There's this spot on our stairway where it gets unnaturally cold sometimes. Not like a draft. Like walking through a freezer for just a second. Mom says she's felt it pass through her body, not around her, through her. She said it made her feel sick, like something was violating her personal space. One night, Mom was in the kitchen making dinner. Her cell phone was on the counter, a good foot away from the edge. We all watched it suddenly push off the counter and fall to the floor. It didn't slide. It moved like someone had swiped it off with their hand. Dad tried to say it was vibrating from a call, but it wasn't. We checked. No missed calls, no notifications. It just moved. The front door is another thing. Both Mom and I have heard it open and close when no one should be coming home. It has a very distinct sound. This creak followed by the sound of the weather stripping dragging across the floor, then the click of the latch. You can't mistake it for anything else. One time I was home alone doing homework in my room. I heard the front door open, then footsteps in the kitchen. I figured Mom was home early from work. Then I heard the kitchen faucet turn on. I called out, "Mom?" No answer. The water kept running. I went downstairs to find the kitchen empty, faucet on full blast. and no one anywhere in the house. The front door was closed and locked. Mom arrived home 5 or 10 minutes later, and I asked if she'd just been home. She looked at me like I was crazy and said she'd been at work all day. The worst incident happened about 3 years ago. Mom and Dad were watching TV downstairs around 1 in the morning. I was upstairs in bed but still awake. Suddenly, there was this loud growl coming from near the stairwell. Not like a dog or anything, bigger, deeper and angry. They both heard it. Dad grabbed a baseball bat and searched the entire house, but there was nothing. Our cat was hiding under my bed, fur all puffed up, hissing at nothing. Then last year I saw it. The only time I've actually seen something with my own eyes. I was coming downstairs to get some water around midnight. As I reached the bottom step, I saw this figure standing in our living room. It wasn't solid, I could see through it, but it had a human outline. The weirdest part was these yellowish spots on its chest, like glowing marks or something. It stood there for maybe 3 seconds, then turned and walked down the hallway toward the bedrooms. I ran upstairs so fast I nearly fell. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't bring myself to tell my parents until a week later. We've tried to find explanations. Dad thinks it's the house settling or neighbors making noise. But how does that explain the voice above my bed? Or the figure I saw? Or Mom hearing Mom whispered in her ear when no one else was home? I've looked into the history of the house. It's not that old, built in the 1980s. No one died here that I could find. The previous owners moved because the husband got a job in another state. Nothing suspicious. Sometimes we go weeks or even months without anything happening, and I start to think maybe it's over. Then something new happens, and we're right back to being scared in our own home. Last month, all 3 of us were sitting in the living room watching a movie. The remote was on the coffee table. Right in front of us, it slid about 6 inches across the table. We all saw it. No one was near it. Dad tried to say the table must be uneven, but we tested it. It's perfectly level. What freaks me out the most is that this has been going on for 13 years now. It's not just one person experiencing things, it's all of us at different times, often when we're alone. If it was just me, I'd think maybe I was imagining things or dreaming, but how can 3 different people imagine the same kinds of things? I've tried to research what might be happening. Some sites say it could be a residual haunting, like energy left behind by previous events. Others suggest it might be something more intelligent, something that knows we're here and is interacting with us. That's the thought that keeps me up at night. We've talked about moving, but housing prices have gone up so much, and Dad's job is here in Springfield. Besides, part of me is afraid that whatever this is might follow us. I know that sounds crazy, but after 13 years of this, nothing seems too far-fetched anymore. I haven't told many people about what happens in our house. My closest friends know bits and pieces, but I can tell they don't really believe me. They give me that look, you know, like they think I'm exaggerating or making it up. But I know what I've experienced. I know what my parents have experienced. Just last week, I was home alone studying for finals. I had music playing through my headphones when I felt this intense feeling of being watched. It was so strong that I ripped my headphones off and turned around. Nothing was there, but the air felt heavy, like it does right before a thunderstorm. Then my bedroom door, which had been wide open, slowly closed. Not slammed, just slowly, deliberately closed. I sat there staring at the door, afraid to move. I called Mom at work, and she came home early to sit with me. I don't know what's in our house. I don't know what it wants or why it's here. All I know is that after 13 years, it shows no signs of leaving, and we're stuck here with it, jumping at every sound, doubting our own senses, and wondering what's going to happen next. The statistical impossibility of all these events being coincidences or misunderstandings is what convinces me this is real. I've calculated the odds. They're astronomical. Something is in our house, something that isn't human, and after all this time, I'm starting to think it's never going to leave. Story 18. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me back in March of this year. I've told a few close friends, but their reactions ranged from cool ghost story to concerned looks suggesting I might need therapy. Maybe writing this out will help me process it. I don't care if anyone believes me. I know what I saw. My boyfriend Ryan and I had been planning a weekend in Chicago for months. We're both from small towns in Wisconsin, so we try to get to the city a couple times a year for shopping, good food, and catching up with college friends who moved there. This time, we splurged on the Millennium Knickerbocker Hotel, this beautiful historic place built in the 20s that we'd always wanted to stay at. We arrived on a Friday afternoon after the 3-hour drive. The lobby was gorgeous, all vintage charm with these ornate ceilings and classic furniture. While checking in, Ryan casually mentioned we had recently gotten engaged. The front desk guy smiled and tapped away at his computer. "Congratulations, I've upgraded you to a junior suite on the 12th floor," he said, handing us our key cards. "It's one of our nicest rooms." I remember thanking him, thinking how cool it was to get a free upgrade. While we waited for the elevator, I flipped through this little pamphlet about the hotel's history. Apparently, during Prohibition, Al Capone's brother ran a speakeasy in the penthouse. The place had this whole gangster-era history that I found fascinating. Ryan teased me about my weird obsession with true crime and historical stuff. The room was fantastic, way bigger than we expected, with a separate sitting area king bed, and these huge windows overlooking the city. We unpacked, freshened up, and headed out to meet our friends for dinner and drinks. It was a great night. We hit a few bars in River North, had some amazing cocktails, and caught up with people we hadn't seen in ages. By the time we got back to the hotel, it was around midnight. I was tired, but in that good way after a fun night out. The moment we walked into our room, something felt different. I can't explain it exactly. The air felt heavier somehow, like when you walk into a room where people have been arguing, and you can sense the tension even though everyone's quiet now. I remember pausing in the doorway for a second. "You okay?" Ryan asked, already taking off his shoes. "Yeah, just tired," I said, shaking it off. I figured it was just the contrast between the noisy bars and the quiet hotel room messing with my head. Plus, I'd had a few drinks. We got ready for bed. I took a quick shower, brushed my teeth, and crawled under the covers. Ryan was already half asleep, scrolling through his phone. I remember feeling weirdly relieved when he put his phone down and turned off the lamp on his side. The darkness felt comforting somehow. I fell asleep almost immediately. Then, at exactly 2:34 in the morning, I know because I checked my phone, I woke up suddenly. Not the gradual waking up kind of thing, but the jarring, heart-pounding type where you're instantly alert. I had this overwhelming feeling of dread washing over me, like something terrible was about to happen. The first thing I noticed was the heat. The room was absolutely sweltering. At first, I thought Ryan must have cranked up the thermostat, but when I checked, it was set to 68 degrees. Outside, it was maybe 40 degrees. It was Chicago in March, after all. There was no reason for the room to be so hot. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe it was just the hotel's old heating system acting up. I decided to open the window to get some air flowing. I remember how the cold air hit my face when I cracked the window, but weirdly, it didn't seem to cool the room at all. When I got back into bed, I couldn't shake this feeling that I wasn't alone, not just Ryan and me, but something else. It felt like when you know someone's staring at you from across a room. The hairs on my arms were standing up despite the heat. I lay on my side facing the wall, trying to convince myself I was being stupid. I closed my eyes, tried some deep breathing, counted sheep, all that stuff you're supposed to do when you can't sleep. Nothing worked. The feeling of being watched just got stronger. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 or 15 minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to check on Ryan, maybe wake him up. I rolled over to face his side of the bed, and that's when I saw her. There was a woman lying in the bed between us. I froze, completely froze. Couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't even blink. She wasn't fully solid, but not completely see-through either. Kind of like looking at someone through frosted glass, except I could make out every detail of her. She had this sleek black bob haircut, styled like flappers wore in the 20s. Her skin was unnaturally pale, almost bluish-white in the dim light coming through the window. Her lips were painted dark, might have been red but looked almost black in the darkness. Her eyes were open, brown eyes, staring directly at me with this awareness. She was wearing what looked like a silk negligee, brownish in color, with thin straps, but the worst part was her expression. She was smiling at me, not a friendly smile, but this knowing smirk, like we shared some terrible secret, like she'd been waiting for me to notice her. I couldn't look away. I wanted to reach out to Ryan, to shake him awake, but I physically couldn't move. It felt like my body wasn't my own anymore. As I watched in horror, she started sinking. That's the only way I can describe it, like she was slowly melting into the mattress. First her legs disappeared, then her torso, until just her shoulders, neck and head were visible above the covers, all while maintaining that terrible smile and eye contact. I managed to blink, finally, and when I opened my eyes again she was gone, just gone, and instantly the room temperature dropped back to normal. The suffocating heat vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. I lay there, my heart hammering so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Ryan was still sleeping peacefully, completely oblivious. I wanted to wake him up, but what would I say? I was terrified he'd think I was crazy or had a nightmare. I didn't sleep another minute that night. I kept the bedside lamp on and sat up against the headboard, jumping at every little sound. The ice machine down the hall, the elevator dinging, other guests returning to their rooms. I kept staring at the spot where she had been, half expecting her to reappear. When morning finally came, I must have looked awful. Ryan took one look at me and asked if I was feeling okay. Didn't sleep well, I mumbled, not ready to talk about what I'd seen. We went down for breakfast, and I drank about 4 cups of coffee trying to function. While Ryan was getting seconds from the buffet, I casually asked our server how long she'd worked at the hotel. "About 3 years now," she said. "Do you know much about the history of this place?" I tried to sound casual. She smiled. "A little bit. It's pretty famous, you know. Been around since 1927. Al Capone's brother ran a speakeasy up top during Prohibition. In the 70s, it was a Playboy hotel for a while." I hesitated before asking, "Have you ever heard anything about unusual occurrences here, like guests experiencing strange things?" Her expression changed slightly. She glanced around before leaning in. "Management doesn't like us talking about that stuff. Bad for business, you know, but..." She lowered her voice. "This place has been around a long time. Old buildings have history." "So people have seen things?" I pressed. She straightened up. "I didn't say that. Just that old buildings have character. Can I get you more coffee?" The conversation was clearly over. I convinced Ryan we should check out early, making up an excuse about wanting to beat traffic back to Wisconsin. He was disappointed since we'd planned to stay another night, but agreed when he saw how anxious I was. While Ryan was loading the car, I approached the front desk. A different employee was working than when we checked in, an older woman who looked like she'd been there for years. "Excuse me," I said. "I was wondering if you could tell me anything about room 1214. She looked up from her computer. "That's the junior suite you stayed in, correct? Was everything satisfactory?" "Yes, fine, thank you. I was just curious if there's any special history to that room." She gave me a practiced smile. "All our rooms have been completely renovated to provide modern comforts while maintaining the historic charm of the hotel." "Right. But has anyone ever reported anything unusual happening there?" Her smile tightened. "I'm not sure what you mean, sir." Like, I don't know, strange experiences, things that can't be explained. I was being too direct, but I needed answers. She stared at me for a moment. Sir, the Millennium Knickerbocker is a historic hotel with an excellent reputation. We don't entertain rumors or ghost stories, if that's what you're asking. But something in her eyes told me she knew exactly what I was talking about. I never told Ryan what happened. What would be the point? He'd either think I had a nightmare or was making it up. But I know what I saw. That woman in our bed was as real as anything I've ever experienced, even if she wasn't solid. I've done some research since then. Apparently, during Prohibition, the Knickerbocker was known for more than just its speakeasy. There were rumors of high-class prostitution, gambling, and even a few mysterious deaths that were hushed up. I've tried to find information about a woman matching the description of what I saw, but there's nothing specific. It's been 7 months, and I still can't sleep in hotels. I've made excuses to avoid overnight trips, and when I absolutely have to stay somewhere, I keep the lights on all night. I can't shake the feeling that if I roll over in bed, I might see her again. That knowing smile, those eyes that seem to look right through me. I don't know who she was or what she wanted. Maybe she was connected to the room somehow, or maybe to me specifically. All I know is that something impossible happened that night, and nobody at the hotel seemed surprised when I tried to ask about it. So if you're planning a stay at the Millennium Knickerbocker, maybe request a room on a different floor, and if you wake up in the middle of the night feeling like you're being watched, maybe don't roll over. Some things you can't unsee. Story 19. I've never told anyone this story besides my girlfriend, but after lurking on this forum for years, I think I'm finally ready to share what happened to me when I was 13. It's been 15 years, and I still get chills thinking about it. I grew up in Pinehaven, this little coastal town where everyone knows everyone. We had this family tradition every Friday night, movie night. My parents, my little sister Emma, who was 9 at the time, and me would transform our living room into this cozy nest of blankets and pillows. My dad would go to Blockbuster after work and rent a couple of movies, and my mom would make popcorn and hot chocolate. Sometimes we'd get those microwave pizzas or nachos with that fake cheese that came in a jar. This particular Friday night in October was no different. I remember it was starting to get chilly outside, and there was that smell of wood fires in the air that you get in small towns when the temperature drops. Dad had picked up Men in Black and some Disney movie for my sister. We'd already watched the Disney one, and about halfway through Men in Black, I noticed everyone had fallen asleep. Dad was snoring on the recliner, and Mom and Emma were curled up together on the makeshift bed we'd created on the floor. The TV was still playing, casting this blue glow across the room. It wasn't super late, maybe around 11, but I wasn't tired. I remember sitting there watching Will Smith chase that alien, when I suddenly got this weird feeling. It wasn't fear exactly, just discomfort. Like I didn't want to be in that room anymore. I decided to go sleep in my parents' bedroom instead. This wasn't something I normally did. I had my own room, but for some reason I didn't want to go there either. My parents' room felt safer somehow. It was at the end of the hallway, with this big oak bed and thick curtains that blocked out all the light from the street. I walked down the hallway, the carpet muffling my footsteps. The house was quiet except for the faint sound of the TV from the living room. I pushed open my parents' door, it always creaked a little, and flipped on the light switch. Everything looked normal. Their bed was made with these dark blue covers my mom had just bought. I turned off the light again, not wanting to fully wake myself up, and navigated by the glow from the hallway nightlight. I climbed onto their bed, not bothering to get under the covers, and laid on my back, staring at the ceiling. I was just starting to relax when it happened. The air around me suddenly got cold, and I don't mean slightly chilly, I mean cold. like someone had opened a freezer right next to my face. It happened so fast that my body immediately tensed up. This was late autumn in Pinehaven, but we had heating, and this wasn't normal indoor cold. This was unnatural. My heart started racing instantly. I remember thinking something was wrong with the heating system, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The cold was concentrated, like it was only around me, not filling the room. Then came the whisper. It was right next to my right ear, so close I could almost feel breath, but there was no warmth to it. Just a hushed, raspy sound that I couldn't make out. It wasn't a word I recognized, more like a drawn-out sound, something between a shh and a name, maybe. I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman's voice. It was just there. I froze completely. I couldn't even breathe. My 13-year-old brain was trying to process what was happening, searching for some rational explanation. Maybe it was the wind outside, maybe Emma had followed me and was playing a trick. But Emma was asleep in the living room, and this wasn't the wind. And then the worst part happened. I felt something grab my right hand. I was lying with my arms at my sides on top of the covers. I felt distinct fingers wrapping around my hand. Not my entire hand, just the fingers, like someone was trying to intertwine their fingers with mine. I could feel the pressure of each individual finger as they slid between mine and then tightened. And then there was a gentle but deliberate tug. Like whatever it was wanted me to go somewhere. The fingers felt cold and dry, not like a human hand that's warm and has some moisture to it. These felt papery, thin, but strong enough that I could feel the pull. I completely lost it. In one motion, I yanked my hand away and launched myself off that bed faster than I've ever moved in my life. I didn't scream. I'm not sure why. Maybe I was too terrified to make a sound, or maybe some part of me didn't want to wake up my family and have to explain what just happened. I bolted down the hallway and back to the living room. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I remember standing in the doorway of the living room, looking at my family all sleeping peacefully. Dad was still in his recliner, his mouth slightly open. Mom and Emma hadn't moved. The TV had gone to the DVD menu, that annoying little tune playing on repeat. I didn't wake them up. Instead, I carefully slid into the blanket fort beside my sister and laid there, wide awake, staring at the ceiling. I didn't close my eyes for the rest of the night. Every time I heard a creak or a sound, I'd flinch. I kept looking at my right hand, half expecting to see marks or something, but there was nothing there. The weird thing is, at 13, I had no idea about paranormal stuff. I didn't know that cold spots were supposedly signs of ghosts or spirits. I'd never watched those ghost hunting shows, and my parents never talked about that kind of thing. We weren't religious or superstitious. The only supernatural things I knew about were from movies like Ghostbusters or books like Goosebumps, but I didn't take those seriously. The next morning, I didn't tell anyone what happened. I thought about it, but what would I say? Hey, Mum, I think a ghost held my hand last night. I was 13, trying to be cool and grown up. Plus, I was worried they'd think I was making it up for attention or that I'd had a nightmare, so I kept it to myself. I didn't go into my parents' room for weeks afterward. I'd stand at the doorway if I needed to ask them something, but I wouldn't step inside. My mom noticed eventually and asked if something was wrong, but I just shrugged it off, saying I was respecting their privacy or some lame excuse like that. The strangest part of all this is that nothing like it has ever happened again. I've had one episode of sleep paralysis when I was around 16, where I saw a dark shape in the corner of my room, but I knew what that was. I'd read about sleep paralysis by then. This wasn't that. I wasn't paralyzed in my parents' room that night. I was wide awake, and I moved immediately when I wanted to. We moved away from Pinehaven when I was 17, after my dad got a job in the city. I've been back to visit friends a few times, and I've even driven by our old house. It looks the same blue shutters, same oak tree in the front yard. I wonder sometimes if the new owners have experienced anything strange, but I've never had the courage to knock on the door and ask. I'm 28 now, with a degree in engineering and a job that deals with concrete facts and measurements. I should be the last person to believe in ghosts or the paranormal. But that night changed something in me. It opened up this possibility that there's more to our world than what we can see or explain. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was a vivid hallucination caused by being overtired. Maybe it was the beginning of a dream, and I only thought I was awake. Maybe it was that in-between state where you're not quite asleep but not fully conscious. But none of those explanations feel right. The cold was too real. The whisper was too clear. And those fingers, I can still feel them sometimes when I'm about to fall asleep. That dry, cold pressure between my fingers. The gentle tug. I've never gone to a medium or a psychic or anything like that. Part of me doesn't want to know more. What if whatever it was is still attached to me somehow? What if asking questions somehow invites it back? So I've kept this story mostly to myself for 15 years. My girlfriend knows. I told her after we'd been dating for a year. She believes me, or at least she believes that I believe it happened. She's never experienced anything like that herself. Sometimes I wonder about that whisper. What was it trying to say? And the tug on my hand. Where was it trying to lead me? There are moments when I regret running away. What if it wasn't trying to harm me? What if it needed help? Or was trying to show me something important? But then I remember the fear, that primal panic that took over. And I know I couldn't have reacted any other way. Whatever it was, it didn't belong in our world. And some deep instinct in me recognized that. I still think about that night when I visit my parents, and we do our movie nights, which are less frequent now that we're all adults with our own lives. The tradition has evolved. Now we stream movies instead of renting from Blockbuster, RIP, and we all stay awake till the end. But sometimes when everyone else has gone to bed and I'm alone in their living room, I feel that same unease creeping in. That feeling that I'm not really alone. I'll never know what happened that night. Logic tells me there must be a rational explanation, but my gut tells me otherwise. All I know for sure is that for a few seconds, on a perfectly ordinary Friday night in Pinehaven, something reached out from somewhere else and touched our world, and it touched me. Story 20. I never thought I'd be writing about something like this. It's so hard to explain to people without sounding completely crazy, but I need to get this out there. Maybe someone has experienced something similar. I'm 39 now. But this happened when I was 35. My whole life, I've had this weird feeling that I wouldn't make it to 40. It wasn't like a suicidal thought or anything, just this persistent feeling that something random would take me out before then. I'd mention it casually to family sometimes, not in a dramatic way, just matter of fact. My husband Alex would get annoyed when I brought it up, telling me to stop being so morbid. My mum would just shake her head and tell me to stop putting that energy into the universe. Back in December 2019, I caught this brutal chest infection. I couldn't get out of bed for days. I had this cough that felt like my lungs were being shredded, and breathing was so painful. I was exhausted from not sleeping because of the coughing fits. Alex was worried, but he had to work, so my mom came over to check on me and bring some homemade soup. That's just how she was, always taking care of everyone else. Mum sat with me for hours that day, making sure I took my meds and stayed hydrated. She even helped me shower because I was so weak. I remember telling her she shouldn't get too close because whatever I had seemed really contagious, but she just laughed it off, saying, "I've got an immune system of steel." That was the last normal day we had together. 3 days later, Mum called me, her voice raspy and weak. She had caught whatever I had, but it hit her way harder. She couldn't even talk without coughing. I told her to go to the doctor right away, but she kept saying she'd be fine. By the next morning, my dad called in a panic. Mum couldn't breathe and was being rushed to the hospital. Everything happened so fast after that. The doctors said her lungs were filling with fluid. They put her on a ventilator. I was still sick myself, but I dragged myself to the hospital anyway. They wouldn't let me in her room because of infection protocols, so I could only see her through a window. She was unconscious, hooked up to all these machines. I kept thinking this couldn't be happening, not to my mom, who was only 57 and had never been seriously sick a day in her life. On December 31st, while everyone else was getting ready to celebrate the new year, we got the call. Mom's organs were shutting down. We rushed to the hospital, but we were too late. She was gone. I couldn't process it. The guilt was overwhelming. She got sick because she came to take care of me. If I hadn't been sick, if I hadn't let her come over, she'd still be alive. The months after Mom died were a blur. I went through the motions of life without really feeling anything. Alex tried his best to help me through it, but I was just empty. By August, I was functioning again, but I still had these moments where the grief would hit me out of nowhere. On August 15th, 8 months after Mom died, I was in the backyard barbecuing dinner. It was one of those hot, sticky summer evenings. Our neighborhood was quiet as usual, just the sound of cicadas and the occasional car driving by. We'd moved into this suburban house a couple of years before, a typical two-story with a small backyard. Nothing special, but it was ours. I was standing at the grill, flipping burgers, when I noticed this weird dripping sound. I looked around trying to figure out where it was coming from, but couldn't see anything. The sound kept getting louder, like water dripping on metal. I checked the grill, thinking maybe some grease was causing it. But that wasn't it. "Alex," I called out. "Can you check if the air conditioners are leaking or something? I keep hearing this dripping sound." He came outside, listened for a second and shrugged. "I don't hear anything, but I'll check." He went back inside, and I turned back to the grill. That's when I heard it. My name, so faint I almost missed it. Sophia. It sounded like a woman's voice, but distant and echoey. I froze, spatula in hand, and looked around. There was nobody there. "Alex," I called again, thinking maybe he was messing with me, but I could see him through the kitchen window, checking the indoor AC unit. I tried to shake it off and focus on the food. I was just tired, I told myself, still grieving. My mind was playing tricks on me. Then I heard it again, louder this time. Sophia. The voice was closer, more urgent. It made the hair on my arms stand up. I knew that voice. It was my mum's voice. Before I could even process what was happening, I heard her scream, clear as day, "Fucking move!" I didn't think, I just reacted. I jumped to the side, almost knocking over the grill. Not even a second later, there was a deafening crash, right where I'd been standing. Something huge and heavy slammed into the patio, sending concrete chips flying everywhere. I fell to the ground, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. When I looked up, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Our bedroom window air conditioner unit was lying shattered on the patio, right where I'd been standing moments before. The metal edge had grazed my leg as it fell, leaving a deep gash that was already bleeding through my jeans. Alex came running out, his face white as a sheet. "Holy shit! Sophia, are you okay? What happened?" I couldn't speak. I was shaking so badly my teeth were chattering, even though it was 85 degrees outside. All I could do was point at the air conditioner, then up at our bedroom window. The unit had somehow worked its way loose and fallen 2 stories. Alex helped me inside and bandaged my leg while I sat there in shock. The cut was bad enough to need stitches, but that wasn't what had me trembling. It was what I suddenly remembered. Years ago, when I was in my 20s, a bunch of friends and I were talking about how we thought we'd die. It was one of those morbid conversations you have when you're young and think death is just a theoretical concept. I'd told them about my feeling that I wouldn't make it to 40, and they'd laughed it off. "So what? You think you're psychic now?" my friend Jen had joked. "No," I'd said. "I just have this feeling I'll die in some freak accident, like an air conditioner falling on my head or something." I hadn't thought about that conversation in years, but sitting there with blood soaking through the bandage on my leg, I remembered it with perfect clarity. I'd predicted exactly what almost happened to me, and my mom, my dead mom, had saved me from it. I told Alex about the voice I'd heard, about my mom warning me to move. He looked at me like I was losing it. He tried to rationalize it, saying I must have heard the unit creaking before it fell, that my brain processed it as a voice because I was still grieving. But I know what I heard. It was my mom's voice, exactly how she sounded when she was alive. And she didn't just say my name. She swore. My mom rarely cursed when she was alive, but when she did, it was always fucking something. Fucking move is exactly what she would have yelled in an emergency. We checked the air conditioner later. It had been installed properly, secured with brackets and everything. There was no reason it should have fallen. The maintenance guy who came to look at it was baffled. He said the brackets looked like they'd been sheared clean off, which shouldn't be possible. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing that dripping sound, even though there was nothing leaking anywhere in the house. I kept thinking about what would have happened if I hadn't moved. That air conditioner weighed over 50 pounds and fell from about 20 feet up. It would have crushed my skull if it had hit me directly. The strangest part is that since that day, I don't have the feeling anymore. That certainty that I won't make it to 40. It's just gone. I'm turning 40 next month, and for the first time in my life, I'm not afraid of it. It's like whatever path I was on got changed that day. I've never been a particularly spiritual person, but I can't explain what happened any other way. My mom, who died because she took care of me when I was sick, somehow reached across whatever divide separates us from the dead and saved my life. She changed my fate. I still hear that dripping sound sometimes, usually when I'm alone in the house. I don't try to find the source anymore. I just say, "Thanks, Mom," and go about my day. I think it's her way of letting me know she's still watching over me. I don't know if anyone will believe this story. I'm not sure I would, if someone else told it to me. But I know what happened that day, and I know my mom saved me from fulfilling my own prediction. I just wish I could thank her. Story 21. I grew up in Pinecrest, Wyoming, a place so small you wouldn't find it on most maps. Just a dot, surrounded by coal mines and pine trees. It was the kind of town where everyone knew your business before you did, and the nearest Walmart was an hour's drive away. My dad raised me alone in this beaten-up mobile home from the 70s. It wasn't much, but it was home. The walls were thin, the floors creaked, and the whole place smelled like a mix of cigarettes and pine-scented cleaner, no matter how much I tried to air it out. Dad had bought it dirt cheap because it used to be some hunter's trailer. It still had these weird hooks on the ceiling in the kitchen where they probably hung deer meat. I was always bringing home strays. It drove my dad crazy. He'd come home from a 12-hour shift at the mine to find me sitting cross-legged in our yard, trying to coax some mangy critter to eat from my hand. I couldn't help it. Something about those abandoned animals just broke my heart, especially the cats. By the time I was 8, I had a reputation as the weird cat girl. The local vet even had my dad's number on speed dial for when they needed someone to trap feral cats for their spay and neuter program. But Dad had one rule: no animals in the house. Period. He was allergic, he said, but I think he just didn't want the hassle. So all my rescue projects lived in the shed or the makeshift enclosures I built with scrap wood from behind the hardware store. I remember the first time I saw it like it was yesterday. It was late October, right before Halloween. Dad let me stay up later than usual because it was Friday night, and we'd been watching some stupid monster movie on our ancient TV. Around 10:30, I finally dragged myself to bed, leaving Dad and his buddy Mike drinking beers in the living room. I was almost asleep when something made me open my eyes. A solid black cat, walking with its tail straight up in the air, trotted right past my bedroom door. I sat bolt upright. We didn't have a black cat. We didn't have any indoor cats. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I was dreaming, but I was definitely awake. "Dad!" I yelled, jumping out of bed. "There's a cat in the house." I ran into the hallway in my pajamas, looking both ways. Nothing, no cat. Dad appeared at the end of the hall, beer in hand, looking annoyed. "What are you hollering about, Lily?" "A black cat! It just walked right past my door." I was frantic, partly excited because, hey, a cat in the house, but also confused because how did it get in? Dad sighed that deep sigh parents do when they think their kid is being dramatic. "There's no cat in here, honey. Go back to bed." "But I saw it. It was right here," I insisted. Mike appeared behind my dad, chuckling. "Maybe it's a ghost cat," he joked, wiggling his fingers in a spooky gesture. I didn't find it funny. It was real. I saw it. Dad must have realized I wasn't going to let this go because he put his beer down and said, all right, let's look for this mysterious cat of yours." We searched everywhere, under the couch, behind the refrigerator, in all the closets. We moved boxes in the spare room and checked inside cabinets that didn't seem big enough for a mouse, let alone a cat. After about an hour and a half, even I had to admit defeat. "Maybe it got out somehow," Dad suggested, clearly ready to get back to his beer and TV. I went back to bed confused and a little upset. I knew what I'd seen. It wasn't a shadow or a trick of the light. It was a cat, jet black, moving with purpose, tail held high like it owned the place. 2 weeks later, it happened again. I was doing homework at the kitchen table when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. There it was, the same black cat trotting from the living room toward my bedroom. I dropped my pencil and ran after it, but by the time I reached the hallway, it was gone. Again. This pattern continued for years. Every few weeks, sometimes months apart, I'd spot the black cat, always moving quickly, always with its tail up, always disappearing when I tried to follow it. Sometimes it would go from the living room toward the bedrooms. Sometimes the opposite direction. I started calling it Shadow, though I never told anyone about the name. It felt too personal, like naming something made it more real. Dad never saw it. Neither did any of my friends on the rare occasions they came over. I stopped mentioning it after a while because I could tell Dad thought I was making it up for attention, or because I wanted a real indoor cat so badly. By the time I hit high school, I'd almost gotten used to my phantom visitor. I'd look up from whatever I was doing, catch a glimpse of black fur and just whisper, "Hey, Shadow," before going back to my book or homework. It became just another weird quirk of our strange little trailer. When I graduated, I couldn't wait to leave Pinecrest. I moved 3 hours away for college and only came back for holidays. Dad kept the trailer, but he was dating a woman from Casper by then and spent most of his time at her place. Our old home became more of a storage building than anything else. Life moved on. I got a job, dated a guy named Tyler for 4 years before we broke up, and tried to forget about the tiny town I came from. But in the summer of 2017, I had to go back. Dad needed help sorting through some stuff before he officially moved in with his girlfriend, and I figured I'd use the opportunity to grab the few childhood mementos I'd left behind. Tyler and I had broken up just 3 months earlier, but we were trying the whole let's be friends thing. He offered to drive me to Pinecrest and help with the heavy lifting. It was awkward, but I was grateful for the company on the long drive. The trailer looked smaller than I remembered, and way more run down. The once white siding had turned a dingy gray, and the front steps sagged dangerously. Inside wasn't much better. The carpet was worn through in places, and everything smelled musty from being closed up. "This is where you grew up?" Tyler asked, trying not to sound judgmental, but failing miserably. "Yep. Palace of Dreams," I joked, leading him through the cluttered living room toward my old bedroom. We spent hours sorting through boxes, setting aside things to keep, donate, or trash. By late afternoon, we were both sweaty and covered in dust. I headed to the bathroom to wash my hands, leaving Tyler to tape up a box of old photo albums. The bathroom was tiny, barely enough room to turn around in. I was standing at the sink, scrubbing dirt from under my fingernails, when something made me look up into the mirror, and there, reflected in the cloudy glass, I saw it. A black cat trotting past the open bathroom door, tail held high, moving with that same purposeful gait I'd seen countless times before. My heart nearly stopped. After all these years, Shadow was still here. "Tyler," I called out, my voice shaking. "Did you just see that?" I heard him scramble to his feet in the other room. "See what?" he asked, appearing in the doorway. "A black cat. It just walked past the door. Please tell me you saw it." I was practically begging, suddenly desperate for someone, anyone, to confirm what I'd been seeing all these years. Tyler gave me the strangest look. "Actually, yeah, I thought it was weird, because you never mentioned having a cat here. I figured it must belong to your dad or something." I started laughing and crying at the same time. After 15 years of thinking I was crazy or had an overactive imagination, someone else had finally seen Shadow too. "Lily, are you okay?" Tyler looked concerned, probably thinking I was having some kind of breakdown. Between hiccuping sobs, I told him everything. About seeing the cat when I was 8, how no one ever believed me, how it had been appearing and disappearing for years. "So what? You think it's like a ghost cat?" Tyler asked when I finished, his expression skeptical but not dismissive. "I don't know what it is," I admitted, "but it's been here longer than I have, and it's still here even though no one's living in this place anymore." We spent another hour searching the trailer, just like Dad and Mike had all those years ago. And just like before, we found nothing. No cat, no sign of a cat, no way a real cat could be living there undetected. That night, staying at the motel in town, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Shadow, still patrolling that hallway in an empty, decaying trailer. Was it trapped there somehow? Was it waiting for something, for someone? It's been 6 years since that day, and I haven't been back to the trailer. Dad finally sold the property last year, but the new owners just wanted the land. They're planning to tear down the old mobile home eventually. I should be relieved. That place was falling apart, barely habitable for humans, let alone spirits. But I can't stop thinking about Shadow. What happens to a ghost cat when its home disappears? Where will it go? These thoughts keep me up at night sometimes. I've been saving money, thinking maybe I could buy the trailer from the new owners before they demolish it. I know it sounds crazy. Who pays good money for a rotting 70s mobile home? But I've got this plan to have it moved to a piece of land I'm looking at. Maybe convert it into a greenhouse or something. As long as that hallway stays intact, Shadow would still have its patrol route. My current boyfriend thinks I'm nuts. "It's just an old trailer," he says. "And even if there was a ghost cat, which is a big if, don't you think it would move on once the place is gone?" Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm being sentimental over nothing. But whenever I think about that cat, walking with such certainty, tail held high like it belonged there more than any of us ever did, I can't bear the thought of it having nowhere to go. I've never been able to explain what Shadow was, or why it appeared to me all those years. All I know is that on that summer day in 2017, when Tyler saw it too, something shifted in how I understand the world. Some things can't be explained, only experienced, and some homes never truly empty, even when all the living have gone. Story 22. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer when I was 14. It's been 12 years, but I remember it like it happened last night. My family used to spend a few weeks each summer in this tiny village in northern Spain where my dad grew up. Not one of those touristy coastal places, but a proper old village where everybody knows each other and nothing ever changes. We didn't own a place there, so we'd stay in my dad's friend Manuel's apartment. It was nothing fancy, just a first-floor apartment in this old 3-story building near the village square, The whole building was probably built in the 1950s, with those thick stone walls that keep it cool during the day, but turn freezing at night. This particular summer was brutally hot, even for Spain. We're talking about temperatures that wouldn't drop below 85 degrees, even at night. The apartment didn't have air conditioning. Hardly any buildings in the village did, so we relied on open windows and prayers for a breeze. My bedroom was small, with just a single bed, a nightstand, and a wardrobe that smelled like mothballs and old people. The window faced the back of the building, overlooking a small courtyard where the old ladies would hang their laundry. I remember the sheets on my bed were this scratchy material that had probably been washed 1,000 times. That night, I went to bed around midnight after watching some boring football match with my dad and uncle. I was exhausted from spending the day hiking around the hills with my cousins. My parents and sister were sleeping in the other bedrooms, and the apartment was quiet except for the distant sound of people chatting in the village square. It was so hot that I left my window cracked open, though I had the blinds mostly down. Those plastic slatted ones that make that weird rattling noise when there's a breeze. I was wearing just boxers and still sweating as I fell asleep. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up. The room was dark except for a sliver of moonlight coming through the gap in the blinds. At first I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I realized there was something at the foot of my bed. I froze, completely froze. There was a silhouette standing there, perfectly still. It wasn't tall, maybe 2.5 or 3 feet high. But what made my blood run cold was its shape. It looked exactly like a garden gnome. I'm not joking or exaggerating. It had the exact proportions, the stocky body, the slightly hunched posture. And even in the dim light I could make out what looked like a pointed hat on its head and what appeared to be a beard. This wasn't some tiny decorative garden ornament though. This thing was way bigger, like the size of a small child, and it was just standing there, completely motionless. Watching me, I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there, staring back at this thing, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. My mouth went completely dry and I felt this cold sweat break out all over my body despite the heat. Then, after what felt like forever but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds, it moved. Not gradually, but in one quick motion. It jumped, or more like dropped, off the foot of my bed and sort of slithered underneath. That's the only way I can describe the movement. It wasn't like a person climbing down. It was fluid, almost like it melted off the bed and under it. I heard no sound, nothing. The whole thing happened in complete silence. For about 5 seconds, I just lay there, completely rigid. My brain was struggling to process what I'd just seen. Was I dreaming? Was this some weird hallucination from the heat? I started telling myself it must have been a dream, that I was half asleep and imagining things. I actually convinced myself pretty quickly. I mean, a gnome in my bedroom. Come on, that's ridiculous, right? So I rolled over, pulled the sheet up to my neck despite the heat, and somehow fell back asleep. That's the weird part. I was actually able to go back to sleep. I think my brain just shut down the whole experience and filed it under weird dream. When I woke up the next morning, it all came flooding back. Not like trying to remember a dream, where the details are fuzzy and slip away. No, this was crystal clear. I remembered every detail. The silhouette, the hat, the beard, the way it moved off the bed, and I was terrified to put my feet down on the floor. I just sat there in bed, staring at the space between the floor and the bed frame. It was maybe 8 or 9 inches of darkness. I kept imagining a hand shooting out and grabbing my ankle. Eventually, I heard my mum in the kitchen making breakfast, and the smell of coffee and toast gave me enough courage to make a move. I took a deep breath and literally jumped from the middle of the bed to the doorway, making sure my feet didn't go anywhere near the space under the bed. I didn't look under there until after breakfast. My mum noticed something was off with me and asked what was wrong. When I told her about what I'd seen, she just laughed and ruffled my hair. "You were dreaming, Diego," she said. "Probably from all those stories your grandfather tells you about the duendes." She was referring to the folklore tales my grandfather would tell about little gnome-like creatures that lived in the forests. But the thing is, the figure I saw didn't look like how my grandfather described duendes. It looked exactly like those cheesy garden gnomes you see in garden centers, the ones with the red pointy hats and white beards. After breakfast, I went back to my room and finally worked up the courage to check under the bed. I got down on all fours, took a deep breath and looked. Nothing, just some dust bunnies and an old sock. I even poked around with a broom handle, half expecting to hit something solid, but there was nothing there. For the rest of our stay, about 10 more days, I checked under that bed every single night before going to sleep. I also made sure the window was completely closed and the blinds were all the way down, despite the heat. I'd rather sweat than have that thing come back through the window. It never reappeared. At least, not that I saw. But something else happened that makes this whole experience even creepier. 3 days after the incident, I was helping Manuel's wife clean the apartment while everyone else went to a local festival. She was dusting the shelves in the living room, and I noticed she had a collection of small figurines. Among them was a ceramic garden gnome about 6 inches tall with a red hat and white beard. "That's a cool gnome," I said, trying to sound casual. "Have you always had that?" She looked at me strangely. "What gnome?" I pointed to it, and she shook her head, looking confused. "Diego, there's no gnome there. Are you feeling okay?" I looked back and she was right. There was no gnome on the shelf. I could have sworn I saw it just a second before. I mumbled something about being tired and quickly changed the subject. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about the gnome I thought I saw on the shelf. Was my mind playing tricks on me? Was I becoming obsessed with gnomes because of what happened? Or was something following me, showing itself in different ways? The rest of the vacation passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. When we finally left the village to go back home, I felt an enormous sense of relief. Years have passed, and I've tried to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, though I could move. Maybe it was a hypnagogic hallucination, those weird visions people sometimes get when they're half asleep. Maybe it was just a regular nightmare that felt extraordinarily real. But here's the thing. I've had plenty of nightmares in my life. I've experienced sleep paralysis a couple of times since then. Nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever felt as real as what I saw that night in Spain. The clarity of the memory, the specific details I can still recall, the pure terror I felt. It doesn't match any dream experience I've ever had. I've never told anyone except my mom about this, and after her dismissive reaction, I never brought it up again. But sometimes when I'm staying somewhere unfamiliar, I still check under the bed before going to sleep, and I never ever have garden gnomes around my house or apartment. What bothers me most isn't just what I saw that night. It's the fact that I'll never know what it actually was. Was it something from Spanish folklore that actually exists? Was it some kind of entity that can take different forms? Or was it really just my imagination? I don't have the answers. All I know is that something was standing at the foot of my bed that hot summer night in Spain, and sometimes, when I'm lying in bed and can't sleep, I still wonder if it's out there somewhere, watching and waiting to return. Story 23. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that Sunday morning 16 years ago. I was 13. Just a normal kid living with my mom and siblings in this huge old Victorian house in Willow Creek. It wasn't anything special to us, just home, even though the place was easily 100 years old, with all those creaky floors and weird drafts you'd expect. That particular Sunday started like any other. Mom was rushing around getting everyone ready for church, which was always chaotic with 4 boys and my sister Emily. We're twins. My older brother had his girlfriend Victoria staying over that weekend too, so the house was packed. I remember I was running late as usual. Mom was already yelling up the stairs for everyone to hurry up. I was fumbling with my belt as I walked into the kitchen to grab some cereal before we left. I wasn't really paying attention, just going through the motions of a typical Sunday morning. That's when I saw her. I had just gotten my belt buckled and glanced up toward the stove where we kept the cereal boxes. There was a little girl sitting on top of the stove. She couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 years old, just perched there, swinging her legs back and forth, looking down at her feet. She had on these jean overalls with a white long-sleeved shirt underneath. Her hair was black, cut to her shoulders, with these colorful little hair ties holding parts of it back. She even had white knee socks on. I only saw her for maybe a second or two before I quickly looked away. It's weird to explain my reaction. I wasn't exactly scared in that moment. It was more like my brain just refused to process what I was seeing, so I just pretended I hadn't seen anything. I grabbed my cereal, poured it with shaking hands, and ate it standing at the counter, keeping my eyes down the whole time. I didn't look back at the stove. I didn't want to know if she was still there. I didn't want to acknowledge whatever the hell I'd just seen. The strangest part was how calm I felt, forcing myself to act normal. Inside I was freaking out, but outwardly I just ate my cereal like nothing had happened. I kept thinking someone else would walk in and see her too, but no one did. My mom came through grabbing her purse. My brothers rushed in and out grabbing toast, and Emily was complaining about not finding her shoes. Normal Sunday chaos. Nobody noticed anything unusual. Nobody saw a little girl sitting on our stove. I finished my cereal and put the bowl in the sink, still avoiding looking at the stove area. Then I hustled to the living room where everyone was gathering to leave. My heart was racing, but I kept quiet. I figured I must be seeing things. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe it was a weird trick of the light reflecting off something. I didn't know, but I wasn't about to tell anyone I was seeing random children in our kitchen. We were all standing around in the living room waiting for Mom to find her keys when Victoria, my brother's girlfriend, suddenly asked, "Hey, is your little cousin N visiting today?" My stomach dropped. We didn't have any little cousins staying with us. Cousin N lived 2 states away and hadn't visited in over a year. "No," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why do you ask?" Victoria pointed toward the sliding glass door that led out to the balcony. "I just saw a little girl out there looking in at us. I figured it must be your cousin." Every hair on my body stood on end. "What did she look like?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Victoria shrugged like it was no big deal. "Just a little girl, maybe 3 or 4. She had on jean overalls and a white shirt. Black hair to her shoulders with some colorful hair ties. She was just standing out there watching us through the glass." I felt like I was going to throw up. Victoria had just described in perfect detail the exact same little girl I'd seen in the kitchen minutes before. The same girl I'd convinced myself I had imagined. "There's no little girl staying here," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Victoria looked confused. "Well, I definitely saw a kid out there. Maybe it's a neighbor's kid who wandered over. But our balcony was on the 2nd floor, accessible only through the house. There was no way any neighbor's kid could have gotten up there without coming through our home first." I walked over to the sliding glass door and looked out. The balcony was empty. There was nowhere a child could have hidden out there. It was just an open space with a couple of chairs. "There's nobody out there now," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. My mum was getting impatient. "Come on, everyone, we're going to be late for church." I wanted to tell someone what had happened, that both Victoria and I had seen the same little girl in different parts of the house within minutes of each other, a little girl who couldn't possibly exist. But everyone was rushing around, grabbing coats and heading for the door. As we filed out to the car, I pulled Victoria aside. "That girl you saw, I saw her too. In the kitchen, sitting on the stove." Victoria's eyes widened. "Really? When?" "Just a few minutes before you saw her." Same girl, same clothes, everything. She looked troubled for a moment, then forced a laugh. Weird coincidence, I guess. Maybe we both saw something else and just thought it was a little girl. But I could tell she was rattled too. We didn't talk about it on the way to church, but I caught her glancing at me several times during the service. I couldn't focus on anything the pastor was saying. My mind kept returning to that little girl in the jean overalls and white shirt. The rest of the day was torture. I kept expecting to see her again, in corners, behind doors, sitting on furniture. I found myself avoiding certain rooms in the house, particularly the kitchen. I didn't want to be alone anywhere. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about how Victoria and I had seen the exact same girl, down to the colorful hair ties and white knee socks. It wasn't just a similar description, it was identical. We had seen the exact same child, independently of each other, in different parts of the house. I tried researching the history of our house the next day at the school library. This was back before every kid had internet access. I couldn't find much, just that it had been built in the late 1800s and had gone through multiple owners. No mention of any tragedies or deaths involving children. Over the next few weeks, I became obsessed with figuring out who this little girl might have been. I asked my mom if she knew anything about previous owners, or if anyone had ever died in the house. She thought my questions were weird, but mentioned that an elderly couple had lived there before us, and the woman had been a teacher. Nothing about a little girl. I started noticing other strange things happening around the house. Items would disappear and reappear in different places. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps when no one else was home. Doors would close by themselves. The house had always had its quirks. Old houses do. But now every strange occurrence felt connected to the little girl. About a month after the initial sighting, I was home alone after school. Everyone else was either at work or at sports practice. I was in my bedroom doing homework when I heard what sounded like a child's laughter coming from down the hall. My whole body went cold. I sat frozen, listening. The laughter came again, followed by what sounded like running footsteps, the light patter of a small child. I should have been terrified, but something compelled me to investigate. I stepped into the hallway and called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" Silence. I walked slowly down the hall toward the source of the sound. As I approached the bathroom, I noticed the door was slightly ajar, and I could hear water running. With my heart pounding, I pushed the door open. The faucet was on full blast, water pouring into the sink. No one was there. I quickly shut off the water and backed out of the bathroom. That's when I felt it. A cold spot in the hallway, so intensely cold it felt like walking into a freezer. And there was a smell, faint but distinct, like strawberry candy. "Who are you?" I whispered, not really expecting an answer. The cold spot moved, shifting around me like a swirl of icy air, then disappeared completely. The smell of strawberry candy lingered for a moment longer before fading away. When my family got home, I didn't tell them what had happened. I was afraid they'd think I was making it up. Or worse, that something was wrong with me. The only person I considered talking to was Victoria, but she and my brother had broken up a week after the incident, and I had no way to contact her. Over the years, other strange things continued to happen in that house. My sister Emily once mentioned seeing a little girl in the backyard who disappeared when she tried to approach her. My youngest brother complained about someone playing with his toys at night. My mom dismissed it all as active imaginations or dreams. We lived in that house until I went to college. By then, the sightings had become less frequent, though never completely stopped. Sometimes months would go by without incident, making me wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing. Then something would happen. A glimpse of a small figure, the sound of a child's laughter, toys arranged in patterns no one admitted to making, and it would all come rushing back. I'm 29 now and haven't lived in that house for years. My mum finally sold it after all us kids moved out. but I still think about that Sunday morning and the little girl in jean overalls sitting on our stove. I think about how Victoria saw the exact same girl minutes later on the balcony. Two people, independently seeing the same apparition with identical details. That's not imagination or coincidence. I've researched ghost sightings since then and learned that children are often reported as spirits, especially in older homes. Some theories suggest they're residual hauntings, just energy imprints, replaying over and over. Others believe they're actual spirits of children who died too young. I don't know which explanation fits what we experienced in Willow Creek. All I know is that 16 years later, I still get chills thinking about those few seconds when I looked up and saw her sitting there, swinging her legs, completely out of place in our ordinary kitchen on an ordinary Sunday morning. Sometimes I wonder if the new owners of that old Victorian house have seen her too. A little girl in jean overalls with white knee socks and colourful hair ties. I wonder if she's still there, appearing briefly to startle the living before vanishing back into whatever realm she exists in. I've never been able to explain what happened that day or in the years that followed. I just know what I saw, what Victoria saw, and what my siblings experienced. Something or someone was in that house with us. A child who didn't belong there, but somehow made it her home alongside us. And sometimes late at night when I'm alone, I still catch myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a little girl in overalls watching me with curious eyes. Story 24. I still get chills thinking about this, even though it's been years now. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I was 12 when we moved to Las Vegas, to one of those newer developments right at the edge of the city, where the desert meets the mountains. My parents were excited about the house. It was bigger than our old place, had a pool, and the price was surprisingly good. Too good, I realize now. From the very first night, something felt off about my bedroom. It was on the east side of the house, with a window facing the mountains. The room itself was fine during the day, just a normal bedroom with blue walls that I'd decorated with my posters and stuff. But at night, it changed somehow. The air felt heavy, like someone was watching me. The nightmares started immediately, not the regular scary dreams kids have, but vivid, terrifying nightmares that made me wake up screaming. I'd dream about being chased through dark forests by shadows I couldn't quite see, or being trapped in my room while something scratched at my door, trying to get in. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, heart racing so fast I thought I might die. After 2 weeks of this, I begged my parents to let me switch rooms. My mom thought I was just having trouble adjusting to the move, but my dad, he looked at me differently. He's always been different, more sensitive to things other people don't notice. He's Native American on his mother's side, and he'd tell me stories about spirits and the unseen world around us. Most kids get scared by those stories, but I found them fascinating. When I asked to change rooms, he sat on the edge of my bed and said something I'll never forget. Switching rooms won't solve your problem. Whatever's bothering you will follow. Only you can make it stop. But he helped me move to the spare bedroom across the hall anyway. At first, the new room felt better. The nightmares stopped for a few days, and I started sleeping through the night again. I convinced myself it had just been my imagination, or maybe stress from the move and starting at a new school. Then I started seeing it, a dark figure standing just outside my bedroom door. Not every night, but often enough that I couldn't brush it off. It was always the same. I'd wake up around 3 in the morning feeling like someone was watching me. When I looked toward my door, there would be this shadow just standing there. It never came in, never moved, just watched. I started sleeping with the lights on. My parents were worried about my sudden fear of the dark, but they didn't push it. My dad would look at me with this knowing expression. like he was waiting for me to figure something out on my own. For almost 7 years, things were relatively quiet. I still felt uncomfortable in certain parts of the house, especially at night, but the figure at my door seemed to disappear. I graduated high school, started community college, and was planning to transfer to UNLV the following year. I thought whatever had been haunting me was gone for good. Then the dreams started again. Different this time, but somehow connected to the old ones. I'd dream about people hiding in forests, hunted by settlers with guns. I'd see families being forced from their homes, children crying as they watched their houses burn. These dreams felt less like nightmares and more like memories. Not mine, but someone else's. One night in July, when the Las Vegas heat was so intense that even nighttime brought little relief, I woke up feeling strange. The room was freezing cold despite the summer heat, and I had this weird sensation of sliding down my bed. At first I thought I was still dreaming, but then I realized I was actually moving. Something was pulling me by my ankle. I froze in terror, unable to scream. Slowly, I looked down toward the foot of my bed, and what I saw makes my skin crawl even now. There was an old man standing there, his hand gripped tight around my ankle. But this wasn't just any old man. He was clearly Native American, with deeply lined skin, long gray hair in 2 braids, and wearing what looked like traditional clothing. His eyes were what struck me most, black as night, filled with such anger and sadness that I couldn't look away. In that moment, my dad's words from years ago came rushing back. Only you can make it stop. I don't know where I found the courage, but I sat up, looked that spirit straight in the eyes and said, "Let go of me. You need to stop bothering me right now." My voice shook, but I meant every word. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, he released my ankle. He didn't disappear, though. He just stood there, watching me with those impossibly sad eyes. After that night, he appeared regularly. He'd stand at the foot of my bed or in the corner of my room, just watching, never speaking, never approaching me again. Sometimes I'd wake up and he'd be there. Other times I'd look up from my laptop and find him standing silently. It took me weeks to work up the courage to speak to him again. One night, when he appeared as usual, I finally asked, "Why are you here? Why are you haunting me?" For a long time he said nothing. I wasn't even sure if he could speak. Then in a voice that sounded like dry leaves scraping across pavement, he whispered, "This is my land, and you don't belong here." Those words sent a chill through me that I can still feel. I told my dad about the encounter the next morning. Instead of being scared or dismissive, he nodded thoughtfully and said we needed to learn more. We spent days researching the history of the land our house was built on. According to official records, there hadn't been any indigenous communities living in that specific area for centuries. The development company had done all the required archaeological surveys before building, and nothing significant had been found. But my dad wasn't satisfied. He contacted some elders from the nearest reservation, described the spirit I'd seen, and asked about the history of the broader region. What we learned was that while no village had stood on our exact plot of land, the entire area had been important hunting grounds. The mountains visible from my window had been considered sacred. My dad believed the spirit wasn't necessarily attached to our specific house, but to the land itself. He was angry not just at us, but at all the development that had changed the landscape he once knew. One night, with my dad's guidance, I tried a different approach with the spirit. When he appeared, I acknowledged him directly. "I understand this is your land. I respect that. But this is also my home now, and I need you to respect that too. We can share this space, but you can't touch me or frighten me anymore." My dad stood in the doorway during this exchange, adding his own words in a language I didn't understand, something from his grandmother's tribe. The spirit looked between us, his expression unreadable. Then, for the first time, he nodded slightly before fading away. He didn't stop appearing after that, but something changed. His presence felt less threatening, more like a reluctant coexistence. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of him in other parts of the house, standing in the hallway, looking out the living room window toward the mountains, or in the backyard at dusk. As the months passed, I began to develop a strange sort of relationship with him. I'd acknowledge his presence when I noticed him, sometimes even talking to him about my day or what I was studying. He never responded, but I could swear his eyes grew less angry over time. My dad explained that my sensitivity to spirits might be inherited from his side of the family. He started teaching me protection techniques and how to set boundaries with entities from the other side. You don't need to be afraid, he told me, but you do need to be respectful and firm. As my awareness grew, I began noticing other entities around our house too. Nothing malevolent, just echoes and energies that most people walk past without feeling. I'd catch glimpses of a woman in 1950s clothing in our kitchen, a child's shadow darting around the pool, and most frequently, my dad's guardian, a tall figure with features similar to the old man, but with kinder eyes, who always stood behind my father's left shoulder. My mom and sister never saw any of this, though my sister sometimes complained about cold spots in the house. My mom chalked it all up to an overactive imagination, encouraged by my dad's superstitions. I'm 25 now and have my own apartment closer to the university, but I still visit my parents regularly. The old man is still there. I see him every time I visit, usually standing near the back fence, looking toward the mountains. Sometimes I sit outside and acknowledge him with a nod. He returns the gesture now. Last time I was there, something different happened. As I was leaving, I saw him standing by my car. When I approached, he raised his hand in what seemed like a gesture of peace. For the briefest moment, I saw flashes of what this land had looked like before. Open desert, mountains unmarred by cell towers, nights dark enough to see every star. Then he was gone, and I was just standing in my parents' driveway, keys in hand. I still don't know exactly who he is or why he chose to appear to me specifically. My dad thinks I was simply the one able to see him. My mom still thinks it's all in my head. I don't know what to believe sometimes, but I know what I've seen. The land remembers, even when we try to pave over its history. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, or maybe lucky enough, the land finds a way to remind you that you're just a temporary guest on ground that has known footsteps for thousands of years before yours.